800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenics Total T.
I've heard about Nugenics. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenics, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text DANDY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenics Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenics Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text DANDY to 42424. That's DANDY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-250-7807. 800-250-7807. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-250-7807.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds when they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most. Happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, January 15th. Yes, indeed, it is Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always, and I repeat, always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. That's how you jump aboard on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers, as it is a hump day, which means Tony Bruno coming up at 8:30 live from Florida. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Can't wait to hear how warm it is in South Florida, where Tony is, with our frigid Arctic blasts.
I was going to say, do you think it's a little toastier in Southwest Florida compared to Center City, Philadelphia?
The wind chill right now, they're saying single digits.
It blows.
Literally.
Gregory.
According to the Kayal and Company Doppler radar, it is 21.9 degrees Fahrenheit.
Although, it doesn't feel that much.
Although my temperature on my car said 20 this morning.
20.
I'm not sure.
20.
That was an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. Wow. Yeah. Hearings yesterday.
Hearings, baby.
Man.
Hearings.
I have a. Do you guys kind of just want to see a little 10-second recap of
sure
what the hearings are? Go.
Are you willing to support our veterans organizations that will help our veterans get every damn thing that they deserve because they signed on the dotted line to keep us safe?
Every man's a worst nightmare.
If that isn't...
Sounds like The View.
Or me at Thanksgiving with the in-laws. And speaking of that, I've reached my tipping point of being around people that are sick, that are infected. I go to my daughter's 5th grade orchestra concert last night.
Yeah.
I've got people behind me coughing, and I'm not a germaphobe. I'm not afraid of getting COVID. I might have had it during Christmas. I didn't test. It might have been the flu, or I have no idea what I had. Everybody around me sneezing, sniffling, wiping their nose, blowing their nose. And then my brother-in-law, who had, I think it was the norovirus, maybe 5 to 10 days ago. He's almost over it. Yesterday he says, hey, I'll be there. I'm like 95%. I just have a little bit of a headache. I'm like, cool. See you then, bud. I get there. I see him, pat on the back, shake hands. We're chit-chatting in between performances. And he says, hey, I'm not going to be able to come to dinner afterwards. I'm dealing with a little bit of bronchitis. It's like, go home.
Why do you go out? Tell your daughters we'll see you in April.
That's right.
Good night, everybody.
I've had it. And that's why I only go to 4 places. An isolated radio studio.
Yep.
The golf course.
Yep.
My house.
Yep.
And the liquor store. That's it.
Oh, boy.
And that's why I don't get sick.
Boy.
That's why I don't get sick.
Yep.
All right. We got a lot of good stuff to get to on the show today. As Stocker mentioned, the Pete Hegseth hearings yesterday. That'll be the big take this morning.
And it's just like this week, we have Pam Bondi and Marco Rubio today, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Man.
Best of luck following up that performance.
But to Pete Hegseth, I think, did a good job, and I think he will get he will get confirmed.
I agree.
Agreed. It's just tough to sit there and have somebody say, and basically the wife sitting behind you, you were cheating on your other wife with this wife. It was like a Jerry Springer awkward show. It was,
where was Steve-O at?
Over the top.
One more time, Phil, please.
Here we go. This is
Are you willing to support our veterans organizations that will help our veterans get every damn thing that they deserve because they signed on the dotted line?
Every man has been there.
If that isn't an anti-marriage commercial right there in 10 seconds, I don't know what is. As I put my helmet on and as women start to throw things at me. Also, speaking of women, we have the passing of the Save Women and Girls Sports Act. We'll get into that this morning. Also, Rolling Stone with a 15-page column, and it was fantastic, on the UFC, how they conquered American culture, and there's a lot of it that involves Donald Trump, Dana White, and Joe Rogan. We'll get to that coming up this morning. Very good column. Also in the media, the Washington Post, what a year they just had. We'll tell you how bad it was. And also some, I wouldn't call it mass exodus, but exits from MSNBC as the struggling network post-election looks to shake things up.
But they did say they are going to continue to be MSNBC.
Well, then they'll continue to lose 58%. Now, actually, they won't. They'll probably gain a lot back in the first 100 days.
Yeah, and Rachel Maddow will be 5 days a week.
That's right. Got to earn that paycheck even with the pay cut.
Man.
Cut sheet, Tony Bruno, and much, much more. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:06, the great Dawn Stensler.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live on this Arctic blast of a Wednesday morning, January 15th. Like Greg Stocker said, 21 degrees, but with the wind chill factor, feels like it's about 9. Sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live by Meineke. So there are grief counselors at a local school after one of their star student athletes was gunned down. This is all under investigation, and we're still learning new information about it. He's identified the victim, identified as 17-year-old Noah Scurry, Samuel Fells High School basketball star, shot and killed on his way to school with his mother, walking with mom. He was shot on the 5000 block of Rohr Street. This is near to Coney Creek Park and the Boulevard, and it happened yesterday morning, 7:15 in the morning, according to Philadelphia police. And this is a top story in our region. What a tragedy, as we know that grief counselors are on hand. This was, by all accounts, hearing from everybody talking about this, this was a star student. Everybody knew who Noah was, or they knew Noah. And the principal, the coach, the players, the classmates, everybody talking about this, saying it's unimaginable for them. The student was getting in the car, walking with his mom in the back of his home, shot and killed. He's obviously about to graduate, and he would have had offers to play basketball at colleges across the country. And it's an unthinkable situation. He had been shot multiple times throughout his body. Medics responding, rushing him to Jefferson Einstein Hospital, and he was pronounced dead yesterday morning, 7:37 a.m.
Was this a targeted attack? Do they know?
The police was it a case of mistaken identity? This kid was, like I say, star student, straight A student, the school's highest scorer on the SATs,
Jeez.
Star player on the basketball team. By the way, games canceled for the rest of the week.
Mom not shot, though?
Apparently, mom was not hit.
Wow.
He was hit. So it sounds targeted, but was this a case? Originally they said there was a weapon that was recovered. Then they backtracked on that. So I don't know what that was all about. But homicide detectives say they're investigating what led up to this and looking into, was this a case of even mistaken identity?
This is reminiscent of almost 3 years ago when Nicholas Elizalde at Roxborough High School was walking across to the football practice field and was gunned down, if you remember.
Yeah, right. Before his mother's eyes, never has this kid been in trouble. So we're just, I think it's an active investigation, obviously a lead story here it's making national news, quite frankly, but It's a horrible story.
91 LSXer wants to know if Black Lives Matter is on the case.
That's an interesting question.
Yeah.
There's got certain identities have to be confirmed before they'll get involved.
Yep.
But if it's, one race specifically, victim and perpetrator, it's just, another day in the city.
We're hearing from Philadelphia police on patrol in the city's Kensington section. They say they arrested a man just moments after a different deadly shooting. Officers saying they heard gunshots. This was last night, H and Westmoreland Streets. And when police arrived, they saw a man holding a gun, the victim just a few feet away. Police say the victim, a man, we don't have the name of the victim yet, shot twice in the head and killed. The 28-year-old suspect taken into custody. 2 other guys found to be holding guns at the crime scene. And so police say the suspect and the victim, apparently they may have known each other. And so they're not releasing too many details on this story. Another one, and I mentioned Kensington because I've been hearing lately and we've been getting calls, and maybe some of you watching on the YouTube chat have been saying that while it's true that there was that crackdown on Kensington with the Parker administration, with Philadelphia police, remember the special task force, and that was over in May and then over the summer, that things seem to be heightening again with the crime, drugs in Kensington.
It was a short-lived period of success.
So we hate to hear that. In New Jersey, by the way, Governor Phil Murphy, his State of the State address yesterday, New Jersey, but I'll take you to the former Cumberland County grade school janitor has now pleaded guilty to some pretty sick crimes. This is Giovanni Impellizzeri. He's 27 years old, of Vineland, pleading guilty to second-degree official misconduct. And he worked as a janitor there in the Elizabeth Moore School in the Upper Deerfield School District. Prosecutors say this guy contaminated food products and utensils in the school cafeteria. Contaminated with his own bodily fluids.
Oh, God.
This is a follow-up. You had this, like a year ago?
Yes. So
I remember
he's finally pleaded guilty.
Wow.
Yeah, Nick, this is it's kind of unforgettable.
Yeah.
I don't know if the kids are still bringing their own lunches.
Hey, Billy, is it you or is it me? The tacos taste a little different.
Ew.
Oh, God.
And
it is
so
Taco Tuesday.
His saliva, his urine, his feces, and even spraying bleach and other, things that are obviously toxic to children on things like the food, the cucumbers. So, and then once they raided his home, they had said that they found some disturbing images of he had possession of child sexual abuse material.
Shocking.
Yeah.
There's
School
a
janitor.
special place in the can for people like
Now,
this.
they need to be taken out of society by force if need be.
That's right. I agree.
So this guy will be sentenced in late March, by the way, but quite a disturbing story. And Nick mentioned, and I getting coffee this morning, there were people in the building wearing masks because it feels like everybody's coughing and sneezing. And the latest warnings, again, from the CDC, talking about the level of these respiratory illnesses, flu, COVID, RSV, we are classified as high, not just Pennsylvania, the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, New Jersey,
I'm classified
Delaware.
as high right now.
Wow. So certain substances can achieve that.
Yeah.
So, and the stomach bug cases on the rise.
Yeah.
Norovirus, everything's going on. So please.
Yeah, and we would love to see you Monday at the NAC.
Thank you.
For the inauguration.
But
that said, if you're under the weather,
stay home.
Stay the hell away from us.
So
we can entertain you for 20 hours, or in Dawn's case, 30 hours, all of next week.
Yeah, air hugs. Maybe just air
give me
hugs,
a YouTube
right?
virtual hug.
Although I would think our immune systems, after all of us being sick over the holiday break and the Christmas, and I just think maybe we've already been exposed to everything.
Probably right.
My smell's still not 100%.
Is that right?
It's back, but it's not great.
So weird.
Yeah. So and I still have this lingering cough.
Yeah. My smell's working just fine because my daughters last night, again, felt the need to use 3 or 4 sprays of perfume for their 5th grade music concert. Yeah.
But Dad.
Yeah.
So I know we have a lot of national news, and we'll get to the, obviously Senate confirmation hearings today.
Wow.
Elon Musk, Donald J. Trump. There's a ton of news.
Did you guys see that? So at the inauguration, Elon's going to be there, Bezos is going to be there, and Zuckerberg's going to be there.
How about that?
Yes.
All in like the front row.
Yes, and there's a 4th guy. I forget his name. I just saw the graphic about 5 minutes ago on TV. There's another guy, I think some CEO of an AI company.
Unbelievable.
Bazillionaire.
If you would have told me this in 2016, I would have been like, you're crazy.
Yeah. Times are changing.
Yep.
Well, as we are very excited, yes, for the inauguration and hoping you join us at the NAC next Monday, but we're also excited for EAGLES this Sunday.
The Eagles!
And you know what? One of our Philadelphia Eagles moms has something else to celebrate. Remember we talked about the dog, the cutie pie little Shih Tzu, 10-year-old little doggy that disappeared from that Target store on Castor Ave.
Yeah, I'm still not over it.
The mother of the Philadelphia Eagles player, she has now been reunited with her beloved Shih Tzu.
That's Keely Ringo's mom, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is more than 2 months. Somebody dropped off the little doggy.
Oh.
They dropped off the little doggy.
I thought for sure that was Pitbull food.
Yeah.
But apparently I was wrong.
Yeah.
I guess it's a happy ending.
Good Samaritans doing good deeds.
So she's absolutely thrilled. Not a puppy, 10-year-old dog. So no arrest or anything of that nature. We know that she and her little dog Molly were reunited. And police told her one of the people who took Molly lives in South Jersey, that a Wawa employee recognized the dog when a woman brought her into the store and actually called police.
Wow. I was thinking maybe the actual perps that stole the dog realized after 2 months that Shih Tzus are a pain in the ass and said, you know what, upon further review, I apologize. Here's your puppy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a sweet little dog. But we're and I think that's a good luck sign. You know?
Okay.
I think it's, if you're superstitious.
Now they're going to lose by 7.
Stop. Don't even say that.
Stafford's going to light us up.
Yeah, exactly.
So we are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear that little squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians are going to diagnose the problem. Find a location nearest you, Meineke.com. Today's high, just 34 degrees, blustery, a very windy day. There's a warm-up for the weekend, but for now, bundle up if you're headed out, or stay warm and cozy with us right here on Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:17 Wednesday morning. Let's get to a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take. There's a new Pete in town. There's a phrase that today's culture uses, and it goes like this: stay ready so you don't have to get ready. And I think Donald Trump's Secretary of Defense nominee, Pete Hegseth, subscribes to that mentality, as he showed most of us yesterday. I said on yesterday's show that I thought Pete Hegseth would be prepared. He would put on a good performance, and one way or another, he would get confirmed. I don't think he did anything yesterday to say that my prediction doesn't look like it is likely to happen. Democrats did everything imaginable to try and discredit and demoralize Pete Hegseth as they played the morality card to the maximum degree. I don't believe that it worked, however, because I don't believe anything he's done should result in his disqualification from office. Why? Because it's simple. Have we forgotten that this is Washington, D.C., and American politics? This industry is littered with tons of creeps and scumbags. Capitol Hill isn't a church. It isn't a profession where a prerequisite is to be a role model. These aren't guidance counselors, pastors, or even your parents. Am I supposed to take Democrats seriously when they talk about Pete's infidelity? The same party that had Senate staffers engaging in sex in hearing rooms on tape in 2023? You want to tell me about morality? Okay. And am I supposed to take Democrats seriously when they talk about Pete's love of alcohol? The same party that presumably had cocaine in the White House in 2023. That crime remains unsolved to this day. Don't know if it was a Democrat or a Republican, but we never really heard much about it. I'll just guess that it was a Democrat. So don't throw stones if you live in a glass house. It's very simple. And if you missed yesterday and it was an explosive day on Capitol Hill, with all of the theater and production you could ever crave from a Broadway performance. And it began with, you guessed it, protesters. Except this time, it was a zero-tolerance policy. Here's police escorting out the trash. Listen and watch.
Members of the security force will remove members.
Out of here. And no, that was not stalker crowd surfing. That could come up on Monday. Eradicated from the equation in mere seconds. But let's start with revisiting the past, shall we? One of the biggest injustices flexed upon America over the last 4 years was losing your job because you didn't take the worthless COVID vaccine. That would include combat vets. Pete says restitution and reimbursement is coming. Listen and watch.
We haven't even talked about COVID and the tens of thousands of service members who were kicked out because of an experimental vaccine. In President Trump's Defense Department, they will be apologized to. They will be reinstituted with pay and rank.
Good on him. Young, strong, athletic men and women fighting for our country in great shape that were of almost no risk to the virus, that never needed the shot. But next up, the ongoing war that's being waged by radical Islamic extremists with their sights set on Jews and Christians in America. If you have a functional brain and you enjoy living in Western civilization, you should be rooting for Pete. Why? Because he wants Hamas wiped off of the face of the map. Listen and watch.
Support Israel's war in Gaza. I support Israel's existential war in Gaza. I assume, like me and President Trump, you support that war as well, don't you?
Senator, I do. I support Israel destroying and killing every last member of Hamas.
There will be hell to pay if American and Jewish hostages, those that are still alive, sadly, aren't released in 5 days, so says Donald Trump. And I believe Pete Hegseth will be at the command desk orchestrating the hell being unleashed on any supporters of terrorism. But now we get to the clueless, the elected officials that are basically stealing money from all of us. Nobody more of a proven dope than Liz Warren. Here was Trump's gal, Pocahontas, getting absolutely owned by Pete Hegseth, and a laugh was had by all. Listen and watch.
In other words, you're quite sure that every general who serves should not go directly into the defense industry for 10 years. But you're not willing to make that same pledge?
I'm not a general, Senator.
You'll be the one, let us just be clear, in charge of the generals.
Yeah, let us just be clear. On that note, it's time to shut it down, Liz. Everybody was sitting there laughing at you, not with you. But the highlight of the day came from Mark Wayne Mullins, Republican from Oklahoma, as he calls out all of his colleagues for their moral imperfections. And let's just say, as Luke Combs would sing, ain't no love in Oklahoma. Listen and watch this.
About that. And then Senator Kaine, or I guess I better use the senator from Virginia, starts bringing up the fact that what if you showed up drunk to your job? How many senators have showed up drunk to vote at night? Have any of you guys asked them to step down and resign from their job? And don't tell me you haven't seen it, because I know you have. And then how many senators do you know have got a divorce before cheating on their wives? Did you ask them to step down? No. But it's for show. You guys make sure you make a big show and point out the hypocrisy because the man's made a mistake. And you want to sit there and say that he's not qualified? Give me a joke. I mean, it is so ridiculous that you guys hold yourself as this higher standard and you forget you got a big plank in your eye. We've all made mistakes. I've made mistakes. And Jennifer, thank you for loving him through that mistake. Because the only reason why I'm here and not in prison is because my wife loved me too.
Mark Wayne Mullins from Oklahoma. And there are countless creeps, cowards, and crumb bums in Congress. Pete Hegseth, look, he's not a role model. Pete Hegseth has made countless mistakes. But Pete Hegseth is not a criminal. And Pete Hegseth is absolutely qualified for this job. And lost in all of this, I actually think the silver lining is the fresh new blood that Trump is bringing to the White House. Axios with the following report. Headline, Trump is about to become the oldest person ever sworn in as president, but he hopes to have the youngest group of top cabinet officials and advisors of any president in more than 3 decades. Did you know that Donald Trump's second term, his average age of key cabinet and White House officials is scheduled to be just 54 years old? Biden's average age, 64, a decade older. Trump's first term, the average age was 59. Obama's 58, and G.W. Bush 61. With youth comes energy. Without the swamp baggage comes excitement. Out with the old that has failed, in with the new because, well, why not? What do we have to lose? And in closing, what does Pete represent? What will he achieve? What will he relieve the military of that has plagued this country? Eric Schmidt, Republican from Missouri, said the following on News Nation. Listen and watch.
For too long, I think the last 4 years, the Pentagon's been captured by this woke culture. It's not some social experiment. Our military is meant to defend our country, and you've had this ridiculous and divisive DEI permeate throughout our military. Recruiting is down. We need a reformer in there who's going to take on DEI, get rid of it, actually face China as the real threat that we have in the 21st century. And also there's procurement reform. We've got to do things more efficiently. We've got to be more nimble. But to your point on that, the opening statement that we're going to hear today, look, we've gotten where we're at with the same old folks who go to the same cocktail parties in Washington, D.C. for decades. I think we actually need new blood in there. We need a reformer, and I think Pete's going to do a great job.
I'm not having Pete Hegseth marry my daughter. I'm not having Pete Hegseth deliver a public speaking engagement on marital vows. I'm making Pete Hegseth my Secretary of Defense because I need the United States Armed Forces to regain its rightful place on the global stage, kicking ass and taking names when called upon and bringing in people based on merit. That's what Donald Trump is seeking, and I think that's what America deserves, and I think that's what both of us are about to get, and that's the Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take on this Wednesday morning. If you want to jump in, reaction, your thoughts to what you may have watched yesterday on Capitol Hill with Pete Hegseth. If you were watching on TV, or maybe you've seen some of the clips on social media, or you're seeing them for the first time in the Big Take. 855-839-1210 on Twitter at 1210 WPHT, and of course in the YouTube chat. We'll come back, get everybody's thoughts and reaction to Pete Hegseth, and then also moving along, a big day on the Hill yesterday as biological females achieve another victory. It's Kayal and Company here on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the Big Screen Blitz. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get an 85-inch Samsung Smart TV, valued at $1,100. Drawings every Saturday, now through January 25th. Score big during the Big Screen Blitz. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
The election is over and a new pro-business administration's about to begin. At Swish Funding, we're ready to help America's small businesses thrive in 25. Whether it's for cash flow, expansion, or new equipment, Swish Funding has flexible funding options from $25,000 up to $2 million. You could get a decision in minutes and cash in your account in as little as 24 hours, with rates as low as 8%. To qualify, be in business at least 1 year, with monthly revenue of at least $50,000. Apply today at swishfunding.com. SWISH
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent while shopping with confidence they're seeing the lowest possible price.
Hurry in to the Friends and Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Upgrade your bathroom with Emmons Remodeling.
We offer custom design build renovation services to fit your style and budget. Our designers work closely with you to create the perfect space for you and your family.
Experience luxury and functionality with the expert team at Emmons.
So call us at 856-885-6677. Again, that's 856-885-6677, or visit us at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everybody.
Kayal and Company, 6:32 on another frigid January morning. On the bright side, January is already halfway over. Before you know, it'll be February, and then March, and then we'll get teased. A little warm stretch, and then it'll rain for like 6 straight weeks. Then we'll get an Easter snowstorm. But eventually, the good weather will return. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Hopefully all of you having a good start to your day. 855-839-1210. Trump Senate hearings. Confirmations continue today. Next up included would be Pam Bondi, Marco Rubio, Sean Patrick Duffy. We've got Mr. Ratcliffe that'll be on the griddle, and a few others as well. But probably Pam Bondi, Marco Rubio, the two most notable names that'll be on the docket for today. Although, everybody is saying that Rubio could very much be on, quote, a short leash, so to speak. I was reading some of those reports yesterday, and it's not that he's not going to get confirmed, but once he does, there's a lot of Republicans that aren't keen on him, and he could be a short-lived experiment. So,
he's in. It's pretty hard to have your fellow senators. Now, I mean, he's known these people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like it would be like if you ran for something. Do you know what I mean? And
Right.
we've all worked together for years.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like you have to face people
Mm-hmm.
who you've worked with for years and years and you know really well.
Yeah.
I think that whenever we see that happening with somebody like that, I don't
Mhm.
know. I just think
Yeah, I was surprised by that report. I'm like, where's this coming from?
I don't.
Somebody with an axe to grind, right? Floating out something to a media outlet or a journalist. And just for the record, the only thing I'm ever running for is the ice cream truck as it pulls out from my neighborhood because I'm late to the party.
Ice cream truck.
Exactly. All right, so let's get your thoughts. Yesterday I said I was very confident that Pete would put on a good performance and that by hook or crook, I think was the phrase I used, he will be confirmed at the very worst case scenario via recess appointment. But I know, Dawn, you said yesterday that you were not sure that he's going to make it. Do you feel like his odds increased after yesterday's production?
I think he did very well. I do. I think that he was calm, cool. Like you said, he was prepared. I thought Senator Ernst, that was a big moment because clearly they met. And although she had put her support behind him, I think you kind of needed to see that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that even his demeanor, just watching him, he knew he knew he had the votes while he was there. But I will also say this, that you played some of the over the top moments.
Yeah.
I just think there were some personal jabs that were so far over the top that some of the Democrats did not do themselves well.
You mean like Tim Kaine and Mazie Hirono?
Tim Kaine in particular from Virginia. Remember, just fairly recently, he was accused in one of his last elections of all kinds of sexual harassment, misconduct, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And so I did love that like come to Jesus moment,
right?
That you played it as far as just calling people out and saying, this is like a cesspool of individuals.
Yes,
Phil, can you play Senator Tim Kaine? Yeah,
completely cleared. Can you so casually cheat on a second wife and cheat on the mother of a child that had been born 2 months before, and you tell us you are completely cleared? How is that a complete clear?
Senator, her child's name is Gwendolyn Hope Hegseth, and she's a child of God, and she's 7 years old.
And she was, and you cheated on the mother of that child less than 2 months after that daughter was born, didn't you?
Those were false charges.
Well,
it was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared. And
So you want to bring up somebody's infidelity? Well, you better be like the Pope, right? You better make sure you have no skeletons in your closet, no baggage. And you know what yesterday showed me? And I love politics. That's why I'm doing what I do every day for a living. And I've become more and more invested time-wise over the last 8 to 12 years on the subject matter of politics. But it really did go to and I say this as somebody that loves just talking about left, right, Democrat, Republican. It really illustrated two things yesterday, and it's exactly what Stalker says. One, politics is professional wrestling. Mm-hmm. This whole thing is a theatrical performance, which is kind of why I like it, because it's drama, it's entertainment. It's just like the things I'm into, which is sports and pro wrestling and things like that, and entertainment shows and things like that. So it's just a different subject matter that I'm being entertained by, even though this is some serious stuff, policies, things like that do impact our lives. And then secondly, with all of this, I mean, yes, professional wrestling, but these are the most detested. There's a reason why the only people rated lower than politicians are probably lawyers, right? They're all scumbags, right? Even the ones that are, quote, on our team, they all have baggage. They some of them are perverts and pedophiles and creeps. Others are abusing, their access to stocks and lining their pockets. It's not to say that there's not some good people in there somewhere. I'm sure we could find, I don't know, maybe 4. right? How many senators do we have? 100. How many good people in the House? Over 300 and whatever. Yeah, there's probably about 9 good people in there. But the rest of them, they're all doing it to line their pockets and better their bottom line. And they're all putting on a performance. And, we all get fired up. Then I got Nancy Mason, Jasmine Crockett. We'll book them as the undercard at WrestleMania this year. They were ready to throw down yesterday with haymakers. You want to take this outside? By the way, all-time line, right? You ever get into it with somebody verbally? You just go back to the 80s or whenever that phrase came out. You say, you want to take us outside? Thanksgiving dinner table? What, you don't like Trump? You want to take us outside? No, I'm just kidding. 855-839-1210. Let's grab a call. Ray in Warminster wants to jump in on yesterday. Ray, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Hey, Ray.
So this is what's disgusting. You got a guy like Jerry Swalwell, and pardon me, Blumenthal.
Richard Blumenthal.
Richard.
Yeah, Dick for sure.
The liar about his career, about his military career. Questioning Pete for SecDef. You got a liar. And then Tim Kaine. I loved how Pete put a name to his daughter. Like, you played the clip. I thought that was a great response. These people they're worse than lawyers. They are the lowest of the lowest politicians. You can't get any lower than that. Yeah. You got Crockett wanting to fight Mace. Crockett can't even put a cohesive sentence together. It's very frustrating as an American citizen to see that this kind of slop is running this country.
Yeah, it's very frustrating, and you see so many people. And then, look, there's unqualified elected leaders that really don't know anything about the specific people and the profession that they're trying to be nominated for, like Liz Warren. And I get it. What did I say during one of the school shootings? I called it a silencer. It's technically a suppressor. A silencer is not a real thing. So we all make those mistakes. But when you're out there trying to disrobe and de-arm a guy like Pete Hegseth, who, by the way, you look at his military background, you look at his education, and also, here's the other thing I think was a big factor in his success yesterday. This is a guy that was on television for multiple years. And to be on television or to be on talk radio, you have to be a pretty good speaker. And yesterday, that hearing was a television performance. And, Stalker played that little 10-second clip that's going viral on social media where Pete's sitting there, stoic, stone-faced, and in the 4 different corners of the screen, you have a Karen, basically, yelling and shouting at him, and he's like, Well, actually.
Are you willing to support our veterans organizations that will help our veterans get every damn thing that they deserve because they signed on the dotted line to keep us safe, just like.
Now, do you think Kirsten Gillibrand or Liz Warren's going to rattle him as a man who's been in combat with bullets whizzing by his head? Really? Like, when you come back, if you're Pete Hegseth from serving your nation, you can pretty much handle any level of contentious, heated, spirited conversation, any grilling, any testifying, any deposition. I mean, these guys are stone cold trained killers, and they are trained to be cool in the moment of heated conflict. So I that's why I felt he would handle it well yesterday. Military guy and a TV background.
Yeah, I think we've seen, military heroes get crushed by these kinds of creeps because they don't have the TV training. I think that 1-2 punch, like you just said, together.
Yep.
The fact that he's been on Fox for all of these years, he has an insider's understanding that even his demeanor, how he just kept his cool, even when that schmuck was, talking about his wife, his child, he kept his cool. And if you noticed in the clip you played, he said those charges have been denied. He wasn't responding to exactly, somebody talking about his past, ex-wife, current wife, baby. He knows that everything is in writing. Every response is in writing. And so that's why he doesn't want to have the soundbite or the written record of saying even the wrong thing. That's why they're trying to bait him into saying, well, you committed adultery, didn't you? He goes back to answering the initial issue. And those kinds of things take great discipline because, he made it look easy, quite frankly. It's not easy to sit there for hours and have these scums of the earth saying these horrible things, not just about you, but the people, your little girl, your family, your wife. Come on.
Yeah. Although, I guess I'll play devil's advocate for a second. You don't need to bring your child to that setting, do you? Do you need to bring your 7-year-old
it's a
to a
huge
Senate
moment.
conference? I mean, I didn't bring Olivia and Mia here in 2022 when Stalker interviewed me down the hall. I don't know.
Yeah, but you're in the halls of, you're in the sacred halls of. It's a Senate hearing. It's,
I don't know, time and place, venue. I don't know. Maybe I would have left my kid at home knowing they're probably. And remember, Trump said, and Hegseth mentioned it, hey, they're going to throw everything at you.
Yep.
Be ready because, and you're a tough guy. I know you're going to do well, but just get ready. It's about to get ugly. And nobody knows it better than Trump, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's been in the verbal crosshair for 10 years now, right? So
can we play Maisie Hirono grilling Pete Hegseth over drinking alcohol?
And she sounds
drunk.
Yeah. I've got thoughts on these allegations, too.
Relevant.
As Secretary, you will be in charge of maintaining good order and discipline by enforcing the Uniform Code of Military Justice, UCMJ. In addition to the sexual assault allegations, and by the way, the answer to my second question should have been yes. I have read multiple reports of your regularly being drunk at work, including by people who worked with you at Fox News. Do you know that being drunk at work is prohibited for service members under the UCMJ?
Senator, those
Yes
are
or no?
multiple false anonymous reports peddled by NBC
Do you
News
know that
run directly
drinking on the job
contradictory to
is
the dozens of men and women at
not
Fox News
contemplated
Channel
on it?
who I work
hearing-
with
I'm
who
not
came
hearing
on
the
the
answer
record
to my question.
and said they've
In your
never
opening
seen
statement,
that.
Mr. Hegseth, you commit to holding leaders accountable at all levels. That includes you, of course. And frankly, as Secretary, you will be on the job 24/7. You recently promised some of my Republican colleagues that you stopped drinking and won't drink if confirmed, correct?
Absolutely.
Will you resign as Secretary of Defense if you drink on the job, which is a 24/7 position?
I've made this commitment on behalf of
Will
the
you
men and women I'm
resign
serving.
as Secretary of Defense
I've
if
made
you
this commitment
drink
on
on the
behalf
job?
of the men and women I'm serving
I'm not
because it's the
hearing-
most important deployment
I'm not
of my
hearing an
life.
answer to my question, so I'm going to move on.
All right, so Miss Hirono was drinking Dayquil earlier in the morning, and that's why she sounds the way she does. No, I kid. Look, here's the thing. If you're Pete Hegseth, and we are the perfect show to talk about this allegation, Pete Hegseth and the claims of drinking and being drunk while being on television at Fox News. As we know, Dawn is the former television personality, and I am the resident alcoholic of the show.
True.
So we'll handle this from two different perspectives. Let me just say this, and knowing a little bit about TV, and Dawn can go further on this. Fox News and all of these big networks have tons of employees. This is not like, a radio company or radio station like Kayal and Company. We've got 5 people that work on this show. I'm going to just guess, Dawn. I have no idea. Fox and Friends Weekend, probably a production staff from A to Z. Anybody involved in that show with Campos Duffy, Will Kane, and Hegseth. I don't know, 20, 25 people, probably. Maybe I'm off by a little bit one way or the other, but significantly more than a radio show. And this is a network that also zipped Tucker Carlson, their highest rated performer, probably one of their biggest revenue generators, but many would say the face of the network. So if they're willing to part ways with the big dog, right? Don't you think that if Pete Hegseth was under the influence of alcohol at work on live television, that he and I say this with respect, that a weekend anchor or a weekend host on a 3-person Saturday morning show is, quote, easily replaceable? Couldn't they just find another Pete Hegseth that doesn't have Jack Daniels on his breath? Right? So and don't you think that somebody would come forward if they really had an axe to grind with Pete Hegseth and put a name to it or a face to it or a voice to it? I mean, the report comes from NBC News. No, look, is it possible? Yeah, I guess anything's possible.
No, I'm going to push back on that.
Did he ever maybe show up one day with a hangover from Friday night? Maybe, but
I'm going to push
drinking
back.
on the job?
No,
I don't think so.
Whether it's just a couple weeks ago at the Mummers Parade, you get to an event for whether it's a local event, whether it's a national event on the Fox and Friends on the weekends and the weekday, they're sitting on the curvy couch. They're sitting like right 2 inches from each other, first of all. But that's not the only time they're there. You get there hours before.
Yeah.
It's a day-long gig. You have all the production, the audio people, the video people, all of the producers, associate producers, the interns. You're talking about dozens of people.
Hair and makeup.
That your hair and makeup person is not only there beforehand, but like for the Mummers, and I felt so sorry for Christina because it was freezing cold. They're coming up, they're in your face, powdering, touching up, doing your hair, the wind. They're in your face.
Mm-hmm.
That's my point. That you have people who are like 2 inches from your face
so they would be able to smell
a
it, right?
10 to 12 hour day.
Yeah,
100%. And the other issue, Nick, is that there's a liability issue. That if somebody is liquored up, what are they going to say? You as a network, because remember you mentioned Tucker Carlson. Part of that was in the swirl of the Dominion lawsuit that they ended up paying 750, 800 million unprecedented dollars that they paid off to. And then even a producer I worked with, I'll tell you locally here at Fox, she was battling alcoholism. So she ended up in treatment 3 times. 3 times was the charm, thank God. And she's doing just fine right now. But there's also that liability as far as if you're a corporation and you know that you have an employee, first of all, who's on the air and is drunk and you're not taking them off the air, that's a problem and a liability issue. But as well, nowadays, you are also on the hook to make sure and carry through to get them, make sure they're treated.
Yeah.
And then the insurance, your health insurance pays for the treatment. And they can't fire somebody.
Right. And we're living also in a day and age in corporate America where, HR departments are more active than ever, cleaning up toxic work environments. The days of the boys being the boys in the work, you don't get away with that anymore, right? And, and from the alcohol standpoint, or if he was accused of being under marijuana or gummies or whatever, who cares what he does in his personal time as long as he's not committing DUIs, right? As long as nobody's being harmed. And as long as when he shows up, he's sober and he does what I know this is a wild concept in this day and age of, DEI hires and that taking precedence over merit. If he shows up and performs and produces at a high level, what do you care what he does Friday night at 5:00, right? If he's there, if he's on time. Now, if the guy's coming in 5 minutes before, disheveled, he's got bloodshot eyes, you can smell whiskey on his breath. Dude, you got to go home. You got to get yourself figured out, clean up your act, maybe put him in a treatment facility, whatever it might be. I love to have cocktails, but I would never allow that to affect my livelihood and my profession. And are we really at the point now where, oh my God, he drinks? We're legalizing everything these days. We've legalized gambling. We've glorified it, legalized marijuana. I can't get on the Schuylkill without smelling somebody vaping weed. It's just the moral high horse. Stop.
They don't want people to talk about his military service. And so they want us to talk about, he, allegedly is liquored at work. All of his coworkers at Fox have released, public statements, and as well his military record, much of that with all honorable. That's all you see is that he served honorably. And so I think they couldn't go after him for any of that.
Right.
So they had to go to rumor, innuendo. I hated that piece of it. There was one statement that one person made initially, and that was, hey, if you were the spokesperson, given your media background, I could understand if you were a Pentagon spokesperson.
Yeah.
I think that right there was a legitimate feeling that somebody could say, but just to go on and on with no tangible evidence, with rumor from years and years ago, That was it was really a cringeworthy moment.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. If you would like to join the show, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, your comments in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. And don't forget to hit the like and subscribe buttons. Also, coming up after Dawn's news as we kick off the 7 o'clock hour in hour number 2, the House bill passes. It's the Save Women and Girls Sports Act. We'll get to that. And also, how Dana White and UFC conquered American culture. Very fascinating story, and I think it also speaks volumes as to why Donald Trump was able to win in November and why Kamala Harris and the Democrats lost. We'll get to that coming up. It's Kayal and Company. Hour 2 is on the way.
This Monday, January 20th, join WPHT at 6 a.m. Kayal and Company will be live at the Newtown Athletic Club for the inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Dawn Stensland will be there from 10 till noon, and Dom Giordano from noon till 3. The Newtown Athletic Club is one of the top lifestyle clubs and health and wellness centers globally. Visit newtownathletic.com. You can't be at the inauguration, but you can be with fellow Patriots. Monday starting at 6 a.m. at the Newtown Athletic Club. Live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Bucks County Votes is the new initiative aimed at maximizing voter participation across Bucks County, Pennsylvania, while empowering voters and strengthening democracy. Bucks County Votes will increase voter registration, mail-in and early voting, in-person voting, and voter education. You can play a vital role in ensuring the continued success of our democratic process. Volunteer at Bucks County Votes and be part of this exciting new movement today. Contact Executive Director Linda Mitchell at linda@buckscountyvotes.com. This advertisement is paid for by Bucks County Votes.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hi, I'm Mike Venaria Jr. with Ausperity Private Wealth. Financial planning can be overwhelming regardless of market conditions. I specialize in retirement and legacy planning and tax minimization strategies. Protect your family and future generations without sacrificing our shared principles of hard work and American independence. Take control of your financial future. Call me, Mike Venaria Jr. at 856-252-0107.
Securities through Sanctuary Securities, Inc., member FINRA SIPC, advisory services through Sanctuary Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I love sticking people.
7 o'clock, hour number 2 here on this Wednesday, Hump Day, January 15th. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It is Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. What is on the cut sheet? Well, we'll all find out together. Coming up 7:45 this morning. 8:30, we go down to Florida, chat with our man Tony Bruno, talking all things news, politics, and also the Eagles, as they will take on the Los Angeles Rams Sunday at 3 o'clock in the divisional round. I would argue this is typically, on an annual basis, the best weekend of football. 4 great NFL games on Saturday and Sunday, and then the national championship in college football on Monday night. 3-day. How great is January? How great is Monday going to be? We're going to be out at the NAC, right?
Yeah.
6 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Yep.
Trump inauguration. And if you're a junkie like me, you get the college football championship Monday night to cap off your day.
Yep.
I'm going to have nothing on Tuesday.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to be worthless.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to be like Liz Warren at a Senate confirmation hearing, screwing things up, people laughing at me. I will have 0 in the tank on Tuesday. Joking. All right, let's get to the news. We still have to get to the House Dems, 2 of which decided to join the Republican Party to ban biological males from the girls' sports invasion with the transgender movement. We'll talk about that. We're also going to get into this story from Rolling Stone and also Michelle Obama deciding to skip Trump's inauguration after skipping Jimmy Carter's funeral.
Yep.
So she apparently didn't like Jimmy, and she was in Hawaii on vacation, couldn't change anything.
Well, luckily,
we know she damn sure doesn't like Trump.
Luckily, Trump and Melania were at the last inauguration, so I'm sure we'll be consistent with that.
Were they?
No.
What inauguration? Obama's? What are you talking about?
He's talking about Biden 4 years ago.
Oh, in 2020. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, I think regardless of party, I think First Lady and President, I think it's, I'm not a big tradition type guy in this stuff. Like, if you want to do you, you do you. But I think when you serve or you're the FLOTUS, I think you should attend. I really do. I think it's disrespectful to the position not to attend, regardless of who you are.
I think what makes it more interesting is that Barack Obama is going, Bush and Laura are going, right? George W. and Laura will be there, and then Michelle's the only one who won't be there.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
yes.
the Obamas are not missing it, just Michelle.
Right. And I think that's disrespectful of her. That said, you know what I think this really tells us?
What?
Because remember when we were talking about, well, there's like a 1% chance that Michelle Obama could one day be the Democratic nominee, and you and Greg both said that it's never going to happen, and people like me are like, well, you're saying there's a chance. You know what it really says? She hates politics, and she is so ready to be out of it.
Newman Price said Michelle can't be there because she has a previously scheduled prostate exam.
Stop.
Hey, Big Mike's got to do things, man. All right,
Oh man.
You get into that age, you got to get checked. That's a PSA for all the men out there. Get checked, or it's too late. All right, 7:04. Let's get to the news. Round number 2, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning on this Wednesday, hump day, Kayal and Company News Live. We are sponsored by Meineke this Wednesday morning, January the 15th. So a lot in the news that we want to get to, and I'll tell you why yesterday was actually a big day in Philadelphia politics with an important election upcoming. Yes, we are looking at grief counselors who are heading to a local school to be there to comfort, as well as mental health professionals comforting students who need some assistance in coping with their grief after learning that their 17-year-old classmate, Noah Scurry, this is Samuel Fells High School, star basketball player, star student, shot and killed on his way to school with his mother. So that shooting, he was gunned down yesterday, 5000 block of Rohrer Street near Tacony Creek Park and the Boulevard. Happened at 7:15 a.m. We've been talking about this morning. Still under investigation, still waiting for more details. But police are saying that the star school basketball player was shot and killed on his way to school with his mom. And so we don't have any suspects in custody. We don't have a motive. We don't have much information. City officials, school officials, the community speaking out, some of his fellow players and classmates, they've been speaking out, just saying he was a bright light in this world, just a great kid by all accounts, never in any trouble, and his life senselessly cut short.
Highest SAT score as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the definition of great student athlete, right?
Highest score on the SAT in his entire high school.
Right. Not just on the team, in the school itself. If you actually open up the search option on X and type in his name, Noahs Curry, Scurry, you can actually see some of the video clips of him playing. You definitely can tell that he was definitely, as you said, being recruited by colleges across the country.
Yeah, so you think about that, excited about his future, excited about going to college, star student, star athlete, all of that. And so I think everybody's trying to wrap their brain around exactly what happened. Was he targeted? If so, why?
Well,
was this a case? Well, but was this a case of mistaken identity? Because we have heard that before.
Sure. But
and we know we have bad aim and bad shooters in this city.
Well, you think, too, about, it being targeted or whatever. I mean, the fact that his mother wasn't injured during
That's a miracle,
too. You know what I
actually,
mean?
right?
Like, it also shows to me that whoever was there was gunning for him or somebody that they thought was, somebody else.
Yeah. Because she was legitimately walking right next to him, right?
Well, that's what
school?
I don't know, because they were, so I guess they were, he doesn't live far from school. So either they were getting into or out of her vehicle.
Okay.
So I don't know the proximity, because if she was driving the car and then they just, were getting out of the car or whatever, then she might have been a good distance away from him. I don't have all that information.
And what section of Phil? I mean, I'm assuming, is this a rough area? I don't know the area.
This is North
well.
Philadelphia,
Yeah,
so
it's not great. Okay.
So we have that one going on. Yesterday was, and I think this is being downplayed a little bit, but when we went to our Families Behind the Badge event before the Christmas holiday, before we all, got sick as dogs.
Yeah.
You may remember that Judge Patrick Dugan was, and he's been out publicly. He's known locally as a judge and for his support of military veterans. But he has officially put his hat in the ring as a Democrat running for district attorney. In other words, in a primary against incumbent Larry Krasner. So Krasner being primaried by somebody who's popular in Philadelphia, Judge Patrick Dugan.
Somebody that maybe will actually have more of a vigor for law and order. Perhaps. I mean, it's hard not to have more than Larry Krasner does. So,
well, what he said yesterday during his announcement he's a former municipal court judge. He did resign last month, launching his campaign. And so he has the support of a lot of the unions, a lot of the trade unions, a lot of the police officers. And what he's saying, and yesterday what he's saying is that as a judge, he's had a front row seat, if you will, to Krasner and his ADAs, his assistant prosecutors, all of that, to what happens when policies are failed in fighting crime and how to do it right.
Speaking of that, apparently, and I'm assuming he's fine with me saying this, usually he doesn't say anything's off the record, but our buddy Mark Fussetti, who's waving the Kayal and Company flag these days.
He told me he'll be at the Newtown Athletic Club on Monday.
Okay.
So
and he'll be doing the handoff, right?
Yeah, I actually think Ray in Warminster, we should have asked him.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Is he going to be able to come? Because I think he's the next up on the line to take the Kayal and Company flag.
Yeah, and let's also give yours truly some accolades. I kept Ray for much longer this time with his call than last time.
You're very...
But no, Fussetti says that, Dawn, what's the name of the guy that's going to primary Krasner again?
Dugan. Judge Dugan.
That is Mark Fussetti's brother-in-law.
Oh.
Yeah. Says, quote, great man.
All in the family.
There you go.
So, he officially announced this yesterday, and this teased them up for the May primary for Democrats. And so Krasner is expected to run for a third term, but Krasner has not yet filed any paperwork. No comment from Krasner as far as Dugan announcing yesterday, but I don't see any other Democrat launching a campaign. So that puts Dugan in a very good position, because then you have this head-to-head comparison, head-to-head competition in the primary.
Mm-hmm.
So we have that going on.
We need term limits on district attorneys. Do we not? Do we not? Even in my hometown of where I grew up in Northampton County, the district attorney is John Morganelli. He's been there since, I don't know, like the 90s or the early 2000s. I'm like, do we really need to make this a career position, or should we cap it at some point?
So we have a ton going on in Philadelphia. There's health news as far as the CDC quademic. We've talked about that. Also, Boar's Head, that investigation into lunch meat.
Yeah, how about that story? Yeah.
That's the connection to Listeria and the plant.
I read this yesterday. I am a big advocate for the Boar's Head brand. I think their oven gold turkey breast is sensational. Get it every week at the deli. Might have to change up brands.
Yeah.
Where we going? Dietz and Watson now? Where are we going to go?
Dietz and Watson is the one they're the only ones I get.
Yeah. Boar's Head a little pricey too, I got to tell you. $16.99 for a pound of turkey, really?
Well, in this one, they're saying that the inspectors in their plants, the records are showing that, and they had a Listeria outbreak, obviously, and so the factories, were shut down last year, deadly outbreak of Listeria poisoning. But the newly released reports from the Boar's Head plants in Newcastle, Indiana, Forest City, Arkansas, Petersburg, Virginia, they say there were all these instances of the meat and fat residue and goo that was left on the equipment, even on the walls. Mm-hmm. Dripping condensation falling on food, moldy goo, insects. Ugh.
Nice.
Yeah, I think most of us that are, slobs like I am, we don't really pay attention to that when they're slicing your meat. But if you actually do pay attention to it, and there's always like that lady, right, who always wants the ham or the turkey just a little thinner than the lady slices it. You're right. But if you look back at those blades, there's all kinds of particles, and there's leftover salami.
Well, guys, what do you think is in this lunch meat that you guys are consuming anyway?
Not good stuff. Not good stuff. Bobby Kennedy does not eat a Boar's Head Deluxe ham.
Lips and beaks.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hopefully you're not eating your breakfast and watching us on YouTube right now.
Yeah.
Just the word goo. Like they had me at goo.
Yeah.
Like I'm done.
Well, the generic brand, like if you get the Giant brand in the the Giant I go to, they have like the pre-packaged section where like you can save time. You can grab the Bobo turkey or ham or cheese instead of waiting for it to be sliced. That Bobo turkey, slimier than a politician in D.C. Oh, it's like eating gel.
Yeah.
No flavor. I'm like, Kristen, don't bring that home, please. Just pay the extra couple bucks.
If you have it, stick it in the microwave for a minute just to. We've been talking this morning. There's so many headlines. Senate confirmations, obviously headlining yesterday with Pete Hegseth, but now today teed up. We'll hear about the U.S. Attorney General, Secretary of State positions for Donald Trump's nominees, Pam Bondi, Marco Rubio. They're among the latest batch teed up for today for cabinet picks set up for Senate confirmation hearings today. Obviously, Bondi, Florida Attorney General, a lot of experience in the news locally and nationally. The legacy media, they're calling her election denier, Pam Bondi.
Yeah.
I've heard that. We're seeing that.
Yes.
Did you hear that on our sister station?
I did.
Yeah, so did I.
So we got that going on. And we love them. But, and then Marco Rubio is described as Trump's bitter rival who had, the little Marco with his little boots.
So there'll be like it'll be like a two-parter. So we'll start with Pam Bondi and then end with Marco Rubio. Is that how it's going to go? Or
basically.
Yeah.
And we also have, who else? Chris Wright, Secretary of Energy, John Ratcliffe, CIA Director, Sean Duffy, who's Rachel from, Fox Weekend. Rachel's Rachel's worst half, whatever you say, lesser half. But no, Sean Duffy, Secretary of Transportation. He was a politician in Wisconsin. Russell Vaught.
Sean Duffy will be replacing
Mayor Pete.
Russell Vaught, Director of the Office of Management and Budget. So these go on, as well as, isn't Burgum today?
I don't know if Burgum is today, because this goes on through Friday, correct?
Today, tomorrow. Yeah, I think Burgum is this week.
Okay.
But, a lot of these different individuals. So I just wonder if they're after yesterday, they're thinking, oh my goodness, just like brace yourself. Yeah, to your point, maybe don't bring the kids to the hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Meantime, I know that California Governor Gavin Newsome, inviting President-elect Trump to visit Los Angeles to witness the devastation. And this is by, of course, the wildfires that we've been talking about this more than a week now. And Newsome saying that Trump should come there in person rather than criticize the emergency response from social media. But this, as these wildfires, the Santa Ana winds are expected to pick up today, tragically.
Mm-hmm. Have you noticed, too, at least from what I've seen in the last, we'll call it 18 hours or so, it's almost like the wildfire stories have been pushed to the second page now with the Senate confirmation stuff. So, I mean, let's remember, a lot of these fires are still not remotely close to 100% contained.
So we have that going on. I'll give you some quick headlines. Biden's DOJ suing Elon Musk.
Oh, yeah.
This is with the SEC with regard to his Twitter buyout.
Go yourself. He said, Biden said 2 years ago that he was going to do this. So
here it is in the final days.
Cram it all in, 5 days away.
Just in time because President Biden delivers his farewell tonight, his farewell address. Farewell, America. And House Speaker Mike Johnson ordering the flags to be raised to full staff from half staff for Inauguration Day on Monday.
Okay.
So we have that going on.
Yeah, I don't think we need to be half-staffed for how many days would that technically be?
This was in honor of the late Jimmy Carter, but the funeral was last week.
So, I mean, do we need 10 days at half-mast?
Oh, boy.
Jeez.
I mean, he's a former president.
Yeah, I got it. 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, 10 days.
They keep saying that never in our nation's history have the flags flown at half staff for the swearing in of a president. And so I think they don't want to set a precedent.
Yes, because I think it's an intentional effort to create the optics of, hey, Orange Man bad returns. Let's keep those flags at 50% for at least 1 day. Just my theory.
I think it's a day where also you're thinking about the military and trying to recruit and turn the page. Didn't somebody say turn the page?
Yeah.
So why not have a patriotic day where our flags, Old Glory flies at full staff?
Turn the page.
Turn the page, people. I'm ready to turn that page.
And
And
throw the book in the trash.
maybe our sports teams are ready to turn the page. So the Flyers lost to the Blue Jackets 3-2.
Yeah, they didn't turn any page. They haven't turned a page since ¡75.
76ers host the Knicks tonight, 7 o'clock. Lost to the Thunder.
They haven't turned a
118
page since '83.
And we're all excited for Eagles. And, Nick Kayal had started talking about Tony Bruno, and you were talking about looking forward to spring, and now we think about spring training. Some of the dates, the MLB releasing what?
Trust me.
We're still thinking about spring training? I mean, the Eagles are in the playoffs.
The sports guys, the moment the Eagles lose. How many days until pitchers and catchers?
Boy, you guys are really all over this, aren't you?
I think we're going to be talking Eagles for at least another 3 weeks.
I hope so. Let's hope so.
Yeah.
We are sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear that squeal? Maybe a grinding noise. Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and they're expert technicians. They're going to diagnose the problem. Just find a location near you. Meineke.com, Meineke, Meineke.com. Thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live on this blustery day. Windy, wind chills feel like they're still in the single digits. Technically on paper or on your phone, 34 degrees is the high today. A warm-up for the weekend. Kayal and Company News Live.
Thank you very much, Dawn. YouTube radar showing 19.8 degrees.
So we're going
Fahrenheit.
down. We're going down.
We're going down, right.
Right.
Temperature-wise. Temperature-wise. Not ratings-wise. We just keep going up and up. Dave is in Philadelphia. He's got some thoughts on making sure Larry Krasner doesn't see another term. Dave, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, everybody. How are you?
We are well, sir.
Good. So Pennsylvania is a closed primary state, which means you can't vote for anybody except for the party that you're registered. So no offense to the tall guy, but if Krasner decides to run, and I don't know why he wouldn't, everybody needs to go online, change their registration to Democrat. Okay, it takes 5 seconds. Okay, and then go vote him out in the primary. Don't even let him get to the regular election.
So flip from R to
Okay, and
D
then when you're
with an
done-
agenda, and then flip right back from D to R afterwards.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Okay, I've got registrations from all three, Democrat, Republican, and Independent in my pocket. Okay, because I switch back and forth. I switched to vote against Krasner. I switched to vote against Helen Gim.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then you don't have to change back because it doesn't matter. When it's not the primary, you can vote for anybody that's running.
Okay, good to know. Dave, obviously Philadelphia County resident, correct, sir?
Correct.
All right, there he is, Dave in Philadelphia. Not a bad strategy if you live in Philadelphia and you can vote. I am excluded as a Montgomery County resident, so I cannot participate in that methodology. But I don't think he's alone in that philosophy and that approach.
Well, we tried this. I mean, this did happen back in 2021, right? If you remember that, and it was former homicide prosecutor Carlos Vega. But not, I mean, a lot of people switched their voter registration.
Mm-hmm.
Full disclosure, I was one of them.
Yeah.
And so not enough people did that.
Right.
And it was a tough one. I will say this, that I think Dugan has just with the climate right now,
Mm-hmm.
and also because he's been a judge up until fairly recently because of his support by the unions, and also he's had a lot of programs with military veterans where they get second chances.
Okay.
So I think that Dugan, it just in my opinion, even before he announced today, I think that he has more momentum going into May.
Okay.
Than we've seen.
Moosey on the YouTube chat writes, here's a fact regarding Dugan. I've been in his courtroom when he slapped at least 10 shoplifters on the wrist. Nothing imposed on them.
I don't like him anymore now.
No, I mean
that's just one guy's opinion.
Yeah.
That's the thing that he even on our sister station, they were saying he has been known for some, different programs where he believes people have a second chance if they're a first-time offender. In particular, he's known for military veterans, giving them, because there are a lot of programs out there, if you've self-medicated because of your combat service, and we see a tie to that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, nobody even brings that up, like Pete Hegseth, for example. I think he probably did have some issues maybe when he was younger coming back. And if you have friends, family, right, loved ones, that's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
That when I've, people in my family, close friends.
Oh, we talked to him on the Veteran
overseas,
Spotlight, right? Trying to reacclimate in society.
It messes with your head.
Yeah.
Road Warrior has a great point. He says there aren't enough Republicans and independents to pull off what Dave in Philadelphia was talking about.
Ultimately, it's going to have to come down to disgruntled Democrats that are tired of the lawlessness.
Exactly.
Ultimately, that's the big factor. 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in, cut sheet in just about 25 minutes before we get there. Women's sports protected and how Dana White and the UFC conquered American culture, and Donald Trump a big part of that. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models, they have such sleek new designs, innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles. They're available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Orosine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. It's a new year, so how about a new smile? The smile of your dreams, a smile you deserve. That's why you need my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Nothing makes you look and feel better than having that $1 million smile without spending $1 million on it. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations. It's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you are on the fence about getting that dental procedure, or you've already had an estimate, get a second opinion. Reach out to Dr. Mike today. I promise you will not be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for that perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated. But your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
You've got the whole season planned. Shopping list, the dinner parties, who's picking up who at the airport. When someone asks, why is the heat not coming on? First you panic. You fill up a swear jar. Then you remember that Horizon Services commercial about their experts being there the same day for any problems and how they'll install a new HVAC system with no payments and 0% interest until 2025. Oh, you stop panicking and realize your swear jar will cover the Horizon visit. Book today at horizonservices.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
I'm glad I came. Best ever.
The highs, the lows, that band. The music, the singing, everything. You laugh, you tear it up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Hey, mama said the way you move gonna make you sweat, gonna make you groove.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company, 7:30 Wednesday morning. 26 hours from right now. That would be, for those of you who have not gotten your caffeine fix, tomorrow morning, 9:30, major station announcement.
Yes, I'm stepping down from my position as brand manager and person on Kayal and Company. Thank you.
Where are you?
Hello. Thank you.
Person on Kayal and Company.
Dawn Stenson will take over the role of brand manager at 1210 WPHT.
And run the board.
And she'll do a fantastic job.
Greg is not allowed to leave me.
I am.
You're not allowed
leaving.
to leave me.
I am. I'm going to go run the sports station.
You
could probably do it.
Believe me, given the history, they'll probably tell you that tomorrow, and you're doing that too.
Yeah. You're going to do that as
for
well.
an extra $10 a year.
Yep, there you go. You got the music background. You've got the news and politics background. Program is programming, right?
9:30 tomorrow morning. Okay, big,
yeah. 9:30.
Yeah.
What could it be? Mm-hmm. We will find out. All right, a couple of things to hit on before we get to the cut sheet this morning. Also, played the mustard drop there from DeSantis because Trump and DeSantis were golfing in West Palm yesterday together. My sources have told me that at the turn, which is after the 9th hole, before you start the back 9, Trump got a Diet Coke and a cheeseburger, and DeSantis grabbed a bottle of water and a hot dog with only
mustard.
And that was all he put on it as I spilled my coffee in here just now, trying to be funny. Phil, Jimmy Kelly, remember I need some napkins in here. Stat on the double.
What did you spill?
I spilled a little of my coffee.
Oh, for
like
God's
one
sake.
sip. It's fine, though. It's a Yeti. Just a little drop. But I don't want to leave a dirty workstation behind for Dom at noon. All right, so let's get down to the issues that matter. Thank you very much, Dawn. Oh, we got masks. Dawn gave me masks to wipe it up. Masks actually work better to wipe up coffee than they do to prevent COVID. So here we go. We'll throw a couple of masks on the coffee. We'll stop the spread of my leak, and that'll
leak.
Yeah, that'll leak. I got a
His
little
leak.
leakage here.
Yep.
This is great radio, by the way. This is how you you make the Barrett Media Top 25. You talk about nonsense. All right, so let's get down to some of the issues of the day yesterday outside of Pete Hegseth. 2 House Democrats joined the GOP in banning biological males from girls' sports in school. And this is important yesterday because now we have seen the Lake and Riley Act go through, and we talked about that last week and 2 weeks ago. And now you have Tommy Tuberville's The Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act is the title, technically led by Greg Steube, Republican of Florida, which would amend federal law to specify that student athletes must participate in school sports teams that coincide with, and this is the controversial part, their gender at birth. Oh my God! God forbid the humanity. You're born with a penis. You play men's sports, right? You're born with a vagina. You play women's sports. If you identify as this, that, or the other thing, you will play what you were born as. When you came out of mommy, what you are is what you will play. Very simple concept. And a few Democrats joined in here because they're all facing re-election. And last time they were up for office, they won by razor-thin margins. So Senate Republicans, and this is the beauty of having all the power right now with the GOP, Senate Republicans have already signaled that they are aiming to take up the bill soon. You go through the whole process of how a bill is drafted and how it becomes signed and sealed and delivered and goes into effect. So the change, and this is what's important here, would apply to all federally funded schools from kindergarten through high school, as well as colleges and universities that receive federal dollars. And Republicans have championed the bill as a bid to protect women and girls from unfair athletic standards. MAGA Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, saying, quote, everybody's talking about their children today. I've got 2 sons and 2 daughters, and we see the difference. Of course, everyone does. And it's kind of silly to deny it. The American people sent a clear message back in November. They want us to return to common sense, and we are going to see if Democrats have heard that message loud and clear. Now, you have a Republican from California who said the debate on the bill, why are we even having to discuss this? It's amazing to me, and this is my thought, that the idea that we would have XY chromosome males competing and taking the place of women and girls in sports is just mind-blowing. And this was something that never got past the Democrat-controlled Senate in 2023. The bill passed the House 219 to 203. But, of course, was dead on arrival with the Democrats controlling the Senate. And you know what's remarkable to me about all of this, Dawn, is wasn't there a time where the Democrats were the feminists, right? Yeah. And now it seems like in this weird political realignment that it's the Republicans in some regards that are the feminists. And I know I've mentioned this in the past, but it bears repeating. And I don't really care what your position is on the subject of abortion. But it seems to me right now, this current version of the Democrat Party, they only really seem to care about the biological females when it comes to abortion and Roe v. Wade. Fine, that's your position. I got it. But then you can't just neglect biological females when it comes to every other aspect of whether you want to call it women's health care, whether you want to call it protecting females, you want to call it Title IX, whether it's on the competition field of battle, so to speak, whether it's in bathrooms, whether it's in locker rooms. And to me, I just don't understand. And we've seen the numbers. The numbers have come out at the NCAA college level of how many, and some of those obviously are state-funded, government, federally funded schools. So those would apply under this as well. They will not receive funding. there's not a ton of transgender athletes in the NCAA. So why that you would snub your nose at the thousands upon tens of thousands, if not 100,000, biological female athletes that compete in the NCAA to appease, 1% of the female, quote, female competitors, the math doesn't add up to me, Dawn. It's like, I don't know where you stand on this, but I thought that this was a certainty to pass in the House, as it did. But now I actually think we're going to get to the finish line because Republicans have, basically every chamber all the way up.
Yeah, and, so all the Democrats, except for 2, voted against protecting girls and women in sports in their locker rooms. And that means, and let's call out the names here in Pennsylvania. Madeline Dean.
Uh-oh.
Montgomery County, there you go. Look at your local representative and think about all of these women who say they stand up for women and girls, but they're not standing up for your daughters, your granddaughters. This is Montgomery County, Delaware County, right? Across our region, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, everybody voted against protecting girls and women. And so what bothers me, the media is always complicit. You look at the headlines this morning, House passes a ban on ... transgender. It's not a ban on somebody else. It is a protection for girls and women.
That's right. That's
what it is.
Regardless of what Hakeem Jeffries says, who goes to Blue Sky Social, not X or Facebook, where they have community notes. And Hakeem Jeffries, Blue Skies, the following message. The House, you talk about changing the narrative. He calls it the House Republican Child Predator Empowerment Act. And he says it does not promote fairness and safety in sports. It will unleash horrific child predators on girls and young women throughout America. Unacceptable. I've got to be honest. I have no idea what the hell he posted. What does that mean? Child Predator Empowerment Act does not promote fairness and safety, but it unleashes child predators on girls and young women throughout America. What is he talking about? And then apparently he was pressed on the comment of his post, and Jeffrey's office responded, quote, "The post speaks for itself." I'm reading this version of the story from Dan Zakshesky, who we had on the show about a year ago from Outkick. And he writes, "It's funny that Democrats flaunt Blue Sky as a way to combat the misinformation of X, yet Jeffries can make these ridiculous claims with impunity on the platform."
It's a sin. And by the way, I think that if you work in a newsroom, the law itself is called the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2025. That's what it's called. You would never know the name of the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2025 if you heard your local news or if you read it in the newspaper, because they bury the actual name of the law. Right, because they want to call it a ban on a, like you said, Nick, a tiny group of people.
But yet in Florida, they wanted to run with the "Don't Say Gay" bill, and that was never put in the bill by verbatim.
So Brendan Boyle, Dwight Evans, Madeline Dean, Mary Scanlon, Chrissy Houlihan, shame. Shame. Summerlee, shame.
The constituents in those areas voted for those people, so
I know.
they're getting what they voted
Shame.
for. That's what they wanted. That's what they wanted, so they're getting it. AOC took to the floor yesterday and said only bigoted folks support banning biological boys from girls' sports.
Right. Well, of course, if you disagree, you're always some sort of hater.
Roll it.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Madam Ranking Member. Here we are today, Republicans who have voted consistently against the Violence Against Women Act, who have taken away the right of all women to choose and have control over their own body, who, as women are bleeding out in parking lots across the country, standing there, allowing us to die, now want to pretend today that they care about women. And why? To open up gender and, yes, genital examinations into little girls in this country in the so-called name of attacking trans girls. And to that, today, what we have to say are 2 words: not today. The majority right now says there's no place in this bill that says it opens up for genital examinations. Well, here's the thing. There's no enforcement mechanism in this bill. And when there is no enforcement mechanism, you open the door to every enforcement mechanism. Trans girls are girls. And for all the folks that are so concerned, thank you for your concern about women for the first time that I've seen. I don't know about y'all. I don't know who's been to gym class lately, but girls, even if you only believe in two genders, I've played co-ed sports all the time. But what this also opens the door for is for women to try to perform a very specific kind of femininity for the very kind of men who are drafting this bill, and to open up questioning of who is a woman because of how we look, how we present ourselves, and yes, what we choose to do with our bodies. I know who loves this bill. Yes, bigoted folks love this bill.
They still haven't learned.
Assaulters love this bill. But also, CEOs love this bill.
Okay.
Because Los Angeles is on fire right now.
Right.
And this is the number one priority this majority has. Thank you, and I yield back.
You know, if I could only, instead of actually having to hear her, if we could just, leave her in box 4 and, just keep it frozen, that would be much more appreciated.
Right. Sexist.
You know what's amazing about this is she wants to sit there and call, and she's too dumb to realize this. And I mean this. She really is too, and anybody that continues to use the racism and the transphobia and the homophobia, you still haven't learned your lesson. 9.5 weeks later. And that's fine. I hope you never learn your lesson. Keep doing it, and you're going to keep losing. And I'm going to keep taking the victory lap. I'm totally fine with that. 83% in a Gallup poll said men have no business in women's sports. 83%. An overwhelming majority of Americans, men, women, DR, do not believe dudes should be around women in certain settings. That's why we have two genders. So if you want to call 83% of Americans homophobic and transphobic, knock yourself out. Because the only ridiculous areas that you will continue to win are the super, super progressive areas. Like I mentioned, San Francisco, Portland, Oregon, Seattle, and those left-wing little contained areas of madness. I don't really understand who she appeals to. I really don't. And I don't even, she's like the least of my concerns in the squad Dems because she's become a caricature of herself. She drops the y'all in there. It's such an angry production all the time. Actually, the only time I've ever seen her smile was when she was doing the jump around thing. Remember when she was jumping around when she was campaigning?
That's right.
I don't know who she was campaigning for. Might have been herself. Might have been Kamala. She looked like a contestant. Jamal Bowman.
That's right.
Looked like a contestant on The Price is Right that just got called down by Bob Barker.
It's true.
The only time I've ever seen that woman happy.
Yep.
So, okay, AOC. Looked phenomenal, by the way. And that's beautiful lady. I know a lot of Republicans on Twitter, the psycho eyes. She's hot.
But the truth is, Trump promised day one, as he told us, Title IX, he would reverse the Title IX rules.
He has a lot of promises to make on day one.
But a judge...
He's actually extending January 21st to be a 100-hour day.
But the truth is that a judge already reversed the expansion of Title IX. Remember that. That happened last week. And so this thing didn't hold up in the courts anyway because of the state's lawsuits. I remember, when Riley Gaines was here and she was in Montgomery County this past summer. Well, she's been here a couple times last summer and early fall. And Riley Gaines was advising, parents were saying, what should we do? And Riley Gaines had said, you know what? Call their bluff. If they're saying that they are going to pull, under Title IX, your federal money, call their bluff. It's not actually that much money anyway, but just see what happens if parents push back on this and say, we want to protect our daughters, and call their bluff. It was incredible insight from Riley Gaines, and it was really smart because this is one of those sleeper issues that because people have been banged over the head with, oh, you're mean, you're bullying LGBTQ+, and so people didn't want to speak out about it openly because they're not mean. They are not unsupportive of kids who are LGBTQ plus. That's not what this is about. They're this is really specific. People just want to protect girls and women from things that, I mean, how many people can we interview?
Well, this is the
that
playbook.
have dealt with this.
This is the playbook. You're mean and you have no empathy if you don't want a guy to be in your daughter's locker room. You're mean and have no human compassion if you want illegal immigrants out of the country or prevented from. But last night, my mother-in-law, we went out to eat. She's like, so you don't have, I love how you Christians say, you're all about empathy and blah, 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 blah. And then you don't, these people are fleeing countries where they could be getting killed. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. And that sucks. Doesn't give you the right to break the law. Sorry. There's a reason why we have laws, not so that they can be sidestepped, so that they can be enforced for the betterment of society. That's what civilization is about. We create rules and laws and regulations, and it's not optional to adhere to them. And when you don't follow them, there are repercussions. I'm sorry. Does that make me a bad human?
By the way, honestly, the AOC is out of as far as liberals and people I know, she's out of the mainstream with what she's saying, because a lot of Democrats agree that this is madness and it needs to stop. It's just the uber left progressives that think that there's no race, there's no gender, we're all one, everybody can be whatever they want to. That's not a majority of people. Right. It's just not.
But it's the ideology that has taken over the party at the highest of levels for the most part. So, all right, 7:49. I will save the Rolling Stone article for later in the program. Tony Bruno coming up in 45 minutes. But right now, Greg Stocker's Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
Wow, look at this.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
We roll straight through. We still can't hit 7:45.
We never will. It's
Let's stick with this. Let's stick with this House Oversight Committee on the banning of the biological men and women's sports, because Jasmine Crockett and Nancy Mace want a pay-per-view event.
I mean, we pay for this.
So she said Jasmine Crockett called Nancy Mace a child, and Nancy Mace said, "Oh no, you didn't." It's like an episode of Jerry Springer with two morons. Roll it, Phil.
Somebody's campaign coffers really are struggling right now. So she gonna keep saying trans, so that people will feel threatened. And child, listen, I want y'all to tell me whether or
Do
not
not call me a child. I am no child.
I want
right,
to
even
find
start.
out
I am a grown
which
woman.
of those.
I'm stopping this real fast.
Okay.
Tell me this is not an episode of Jerry Springer.
Yeah, we
Look at the hair flip.
Yeah, the hair
and
flip.
The lash. Oh, my God.
Child, I know we do. Do not call me a child. Oh my God.
We do not need to pay for pay-per-view because we're already paying to view this with our tax dollars.
It's just nauseating.
My hair.
It's just nauseating.
It is.
And don't tell me. I don't care who you agree with, what side you're on. It doesn't matter. They're both clowns. Stop.
It's ridiculous.
Roll it.
Somebody's campaign coffers really are struggling right now. So she gonna keep saying trans, so that people will feel threatened. And child, listen, I want y'all to tell me whether or
Do
not
not call me a child. I am no child.
I want
Don't
to
even
find
start.
out
I am a grown
which
woman.
of those
I'm 47 years
emails
old. I have broken
actually
more
have.
glass ceilings than you
Chairman,
ever
I
will.
am reclaiming my
Let's go.
time.
You will not do that. I
Order.
am not a
Chairman,
child.
I am reclaiming my time.
If you want to take it outside,
Mr. Chairman, the committee is not in order.
Order.
Point of order. Point of order.
Order.
Are they chanting Jerry or Nancy?
Beautifully played.
Oh, that's Stocker playing the Jerry.
Take this outside, and you are not the baby daddy.
Yeah, where's Steve-O when you need him? What was his name? Steve Wilkes, I believe, was the bald enforcer.
Yep.
He was the big Dom. Yeah, he was the Tom Homan of the show. Here's the thing. I've been with Nancy Mace on, the protecting biological females. I certainly sympathize for the fact that that guy from some Chicago small level of government showed up and grabbed her by the arm, the whole bit. But I don't need any of my elected officials. I'm talking about Republicans here because she's the one who said it. And I know you could say Crockett triggered her and was out of line for sure, calling her child and doing that whole song and dance for her constituents in Houston. I don't need you stepping outside to settle it like tough guys. I'm not interested in which politician is the toughest or the strongest or the biggest. That's why I always say I have no interest in watching Marjorie Taylor Greene power clean in her garage. I'm not interesed in your deadlift or your squat rack.
That was like a high school,
Child.
yeah, like it was two kids talking about student council. Like, come on, just stop with this.
I mean, like, to me, and this is, well, Nick, you're being hypocritical. Aren't you in the entertainment business? Yes, but you're not paying my salary. A company is paying my salary. We are paying for this production. And, yeah, it's content for the show, but I don't need, like, this is where I try to be consistent, but I also try to explain my differences here. I'm good with Trump being an entertainer. But I don't need. It's the same thing like when if you guys recall, by the way, Tim Tebow, right?
Sure.
He just had a baby, so God bless the guy. But Tim Tebow was like this. He was Christ reincarnated. People said he's the most perfect human being, and it was like, I need more. I'm like, I don't need 53 Tim Tebows on my football team because we probably wouldn't win a lot of games. I need killers. I need alpha males. I need dogs on my team. I don't need a bunch of Trumps on my Republican Party. I've got Trump. I've got a few show ponies out there that are good at what they do, but I need people to get things accomplished. I need substance, right? And that's where I think, and this is why I was such a fan of DeSantis when the show started, because it wasn't about the performance. It was about the results. Paper policy champion. So I don't need every single politician, and I'm talking Republican here. I don't really care what the Democrats do because I'm not on that side. I don't need everybody looking to be a rock star in front of a camera and a microphone. And I do get the feeling that Nancy Mace has kind of ratcheted it up a little bit. So I would like to see her kind of just get back to what made me root for her. I like a lot of the South Carolina politicians except Nikki Haley and Lindsey Graham. I like Tim Scott. I like Nancy Mace. But, like Byron Donalds. Byron Donalds, he just goes about his business. And he's got a high profile and a growing profile, but he's not an attention whore.
Jasmine Crockett is she's a media attention, that word.
Oh, and she's the same, yeah.
But Nancy Mace should not have, gone down to her level. It's just it's ridiculous. Just stop. You know what I mean? Like,
well, see, this is where I would push back.
Accomplish something.
It's you can, when they go high or when they go low, we go high. I think a lot of us, like Sean Farish, he'll say, you know what, you got to fight fire with fire now. Yeah. Enough of trying to take the moral high ground, give it right back to these people. But what you can't do is you can't lose focus of the ball these next 4 years. The next 4 years, and I've done it for, multiple shows in the last 9 weeks, it's not about dunking on the Democrats and owning the libs. It's about getting results. Because if you focus on celebrating for too long, you're going to take your eye off the ball. You're not going to get things accomplished. And then you're not going to get reelected. And I don't want to go back to 2021 to 2024. And I mean that seriously. Like, I do not want any more progressive absurdity in my country.
We will play all the Pete Hegseth audio. I have it all right here. I just want to take a little detour real fast here.
Tim Tebow and his wife to me, Miss Universe, announcing that they're pregnant.
Yep. That kid can't miss in life. That kid's going to be a rock star.
Photos.
I don't even know if it's a boy or a girl. Can't miss.
By the way, we played the audio and video yesterday. And by the way, if you're watching the YouTube with a child, I would turn this off for just a second because the words are on the screen. We beeped it, obviously, for that. But so we played this audio yesterday of this Eagles fan who called this Packers fan, who's a female, the C word, an ugly C word.
Right.
There's an update to that story. Can you roll the video, Phil? Go.
After reviewing the play, the runner was short of the goal line. They got one more yard though. They're close. Yeah, but they're not in. It's not a touchdown. Yeah. So you don't jerk off. Come in the air. Okay, well, don't call her a dumb. She's an ugly dumb. Cool. After the third quarter.
So the update to this story is that gentleman has been fired from his job.
I saw that. I believe he's a consultant of some caliber in some industry.
So to back up for a second, these two, at least the guy, I don't know about the female, but they're like influencers, like Packers influencers, right?
Professional grifters.
So they kind of went there. It was it wasn't a coincidence that he was filming.
Mm-hmm.
So they went there to try and get something
They had
going.
an agenda.
This guy should not have said what he said.
Yes, and
There's
apparently
no question
the
about that.
female Packer fan on the receiving end of the derogatory comments is actually born and raised in Pennsylvania, an hour from Philadelphia. So there's the local tie as to, and also
maybe she became a Packers fan when Reggie White went to the.
Oh yes, right, yeah. Remember, God told Reggie to leave
I
Philadelphia.
remember.
He said, "Go to Green Bay. You're going to win a
remember.
title with Brett Favre." So the wild part of all of this is now she's actually campaigning, advocating, demanding, "Send me back to Philadelphia. I want to be there again this Sunday." When they take on the Rams.
We're being played by all
And
of
this
these
guy
people.
took
She
the
wants a
bait.
free ticket.
Yes. This dude took the bait. That's his
Stupid.
first mistake. Secondly, obviously, saying what you said. You shouldn't be saying that to a female. That said, now I get it. Employer, private. You don't have free speech working for Bob's Consulting or whoever he works for. I would not have fired the guy if I owned the business. I mean, I would have and I don't
mean,
even know how they track down where he works or
this
who
guy's
he
been
is.
doxxed online.
Yeah. I know.
Like his whole. Look, I'm not excusing what he said. You should never call a female that word,
right?
Unless she is one. No, I'm 100%.
This is New Jersey's BCT partners condemning his actions, releasing a statement
Mhm.
in keeping with our company values.
Okay, company values.
Which are firmly centered on respect, dignity, and inclusion. We have
oh.
decided to part company with the employee.
I mean, look, actions have consequences. I get
Yep.
it. This is not cancel culture.
No.
This is consequence culture. I 100% understand that. This dude is should not have said that.
Mhm.
But the treatment that he got online.
Oh,
for
yeah.
this
The
has just
doxing
been
thing is outrageous.
Crazy.
I am so sick of that doxing thing, right? Like, oh, he's been doxed, she's been doxed. Really? Leave people in their private property, in their homes, alone. You want to rip them and go after them on social media, I'm all for it. I give it on social media. I take it on social media. I get it.
91 LSX says grown men wearing jerseys. Laugh out loud.
I
true.
actually think grown men can only wear a jersey in that setting at the sporting event or at like a pep rally or at a sports bar. Grown dude wearing like an Eagles jersey on a Tuesday morning going through Acme.
Oh, the dude.
Violation.
I just got sent an email or a text saying that this Packers influencer also, they went back to some of his tweets, and he used the F word for gay people many times.
Of course.
So
yeah,
this whole thing is just, it stinks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Yes.
but
I
just
you
feel
know
like
what the lesson to be learned is? In this day and age with smartphones, everybody can create content. Everybody in theory can be an influencer. You have no idea, and obviously this guy did know because the dude had the phone straight out. But like, you just don't know when somebody's recording you video or audio.
T-Base writes, Greg, what would Odyssey do if that was you saying that? Yeah, I would probably be fired.
Yeah.
I 100% understand that.
Yeah.
I'm also a public person, so like it would be more of a story if I did it.
Yeah, because you're an on-air person
Yes.
and a manager. In this case, I'll be honest, when I saw this thing, I really thought the whole thing, even the woman in the video, I thought they were all in on it. Because you can see, because the one guy who they're showing who got fired, and he's like, what? You're saying that she's a beep, beep, So I thought, oh, they're all in on it. They're all, it's all like a setup, and they're doing like a shtick. And I actually thought they knew each other, but I guess they don't.
Yep.
I also think, too, the fact that she is the female being called that matters in regards to him retaining or losing employment. Because if let's just say you swapped out the female there and it was dude on dude and one guy's calling the other guy the C word, I don't think that he loses his job. I think it's because, and there are certainly settings where, and by the way, I've got, when we lived in Nashville, Kristen and I became friends. Our daughters became friends with these two girls, two sisters, where their parents, Phil and Elisa, were from England. And the Brits, the Brits love the C word.
It doesn't have the bite.
And it doesn't have the bite. No, it's more humorous than anything.
But these are not Brits.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, this is. I mean, look. Yes, I mean, can you imagine if this would have been somebody on our station or with a MAGA hat doing this? I mean, it would have been. This would have been front page news.
You would have lost
everywhere.
due process rights.
I am not saying that this guy should not have been fired. If you're going to do stupid things like this and your employer gets a hold of you, then that's on you, dummy.
Well, you're done when your employer throws out the word that we value inclusion.
But this guy, this whole thing was set up by these two, and
that's just it. They knew that it was going to go viral. They wanted it to go viral.
100%. He just happened to be filming at that time. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just feel like it's.
But I guess that the woman.
Well, I'm sure there was escalation. Sure. It wasn't just like, hey, boom, boom, and pull out the phone.
Yep.
But I guess the woman in this, they're now describing it that at first it was jabs, but then they're saying it turned into like dangerous threats, and so she felt threatened, and so that gave the Eagles organization, that gave them like the premise, if you will, that they've banned him for life.
Yes. Well, if she felt threatened, she didn't really show any fear.
No, because she was like,
in the video,
she just kind of goes, she curses, says F off,
Uh-huh.
watch the game, turns back.
I was like giving her credit initially. I'm like, man, she's got some thick skin. Good for her.
All right, let's talk about the Pete Hegseth.
Mayor Pete,
the new mayor.
Let's start with cut 7 here. He started off by saying, all these rumors, or what he says, this has been a calculated, organized smear about him, around him.
A small handful of anonymous sources were allowed to drive a smear campaign, an agenda about me, because our left-wing media in America today, sadly, doesn't care about the truth. All they were out to do, Mr. Chairman, was to destroy me. And why do they want to destroy me? Because I'm a change agent and a threat to them, because Donald Trump was willing to choose me, to empower me, to bring the Defense Department back to what it really should be, which is warfighting. So I'm willing to endure these attacks. But what I will do is stand up for the truth and for my reputation. False attacks, anonymous attacks, repeated ad nauseum, printed as nauseum, as facts. We have provided to the committee, Mr. Chairman, and I know you're going to share, on-the-record statement after on-the-record statement from people who have served with me, worked with me at Fox News, Concerned Vets, Vets for Freedom, you name it, from the top of the chain to the bottom, who will say, I treat them with respect, with kindness, with dignity. That's men, that's women, that's black, that's white, that's every background. I have prided myself as a leader of respecting people, being professional. That is the balance of mine. I'm not a perfect person, as has been acknowledged. Saved by the grace of God, by Jesus and Jenny.
So he's right when he says he's a change agent. He's a threat. I'll throw in an additional word. He's an outsider. As we know, with Trump, they don't like outsiders. They don't want you coming into their little playpen, right? So, look, there's stuff that's factually correct. There are things out there that has not been proven true. Allegations remain allegations. There are things that are factually incorrect. And to me, at the end of the day, like I said in the big take, yeah, and he says it right there at the end, he's not perfect. I'll go way beyond that. He's got a lot of character flaws. He's made a lot of mistakes. I don't know that he's necessarily an awful human being, but even at the end of the day, there's nothing that he has done that should disqualify him. We have so many people in politics, sports, entertainment that have all sorts of baggage. The way I always view it, if you're good at what you do, different rules for different fools, and if you produce, that's all that matters. I didn't care that Michael Vick was a convicted dog killer. Why? Because I wanted to win a Super Bowl and he was the best option. I don't care if my entertainers are scandalous people, as long as they haven't broke the law. I'm not saying I'm on board with Diddy, But there's certain people in Hollywood, in music, and movies that are not so, they're not savory characters. But you know what, damn it, they entertain me, and I'll pay $13 to watch their movie for 2.5 hours.
Dawn, I know you have a substantive point to make, but I got to ask you this. Actually, I'm not asking you this. This is T-Base asking you this. Phil, can you just put the screen up that you have? You don't have to play it. Just
T-Base.
Just put the screen grab up that you have up there right now of Pete Hegseth, if you will.
Pete Hegseth.
What you have right now in your... There you go. T-Base would like to know, Dawn, would...
Stop.
Hey,
we do it. People ask us.
Yeah.
I don't condone that you guys do it.
Now, the women to the left and the right of Pete, no, I would not.
Question is, would you? Because he's so purty.
I don't know. If Pete gets me a couple of cocktails.
Purty lips.
Things can happen. You never know.
He went on to talk about, this is cut 8, the DEI policies of today that are dividing our troops.
You know what we really need to do?
Yeah.
We need to do a Pints in Politics. There's nobody better than Pete Hegseth for that, right?
Yeah. Actually, let's start first with cut 10. Senator Jack Reed talked about how our military is more lethal than it's ever been thanks to diversity.
Right.
Roll it.
Has ever been, but more importantly, it is more lethal than it has ever been. This is not a coincidence.
Right.
Mr. Hegseth, I hope you will explain why you believe such diversity is making the military weak and how you propose to undo that without undermining military leadership and harming readiness, recruitment, and retention.
There you go.
So, Mr. Reed, I can actually answer that question for you, because when you roll out diversity, equity, and inclusion, you lower the bar. You eradicate merit or lower whatever standards are in place to achieve a quota. If we need X amount of X, Y, or Z, but we have to go from 100 push-ups to 75 or a 10-minute mile to a 12-minute mile in the name of equity and inclusion, we're not sending out our most gifted. We're not sending out our most talented. We are no longer the most dominant military force on the planet. Very simple concept. And explain to me how diversity makes you more lethal. Lethal in what regard?
We'll get back to the diversity, his answer, in 1 second. I just want to stick with Senator Reed here for a second. I can't believe this question and answer happened on the floor yesterday. This is cut 11, Phil.
Briefed by a JAG officer. Oh, by the way, would you explain what a JAG off is?
I don't think I need to, sir.
Why not?
Because the men and women watching understand.
Well, perhaps some of my colleagues don't understand.
It would be a JAG officer who puts his or her own priorities in front of the warfighters. Their promotions, their medals, in front of having the backs of those who are making the tough calls on the front lines.
To be honest with you, I didn't know that's where the term jagoff came from.
I did not either. I thought it was a nicer way of calling somebody a jerk-off.
Oh, no.
Yeah. You learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Did not know that.
Yep.
Yeah. My old boss in sports used to use the word. He's like, what a jag that guy is.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what did he say?
Yeah.
They're like, he called him a jag-off. I'm like, what's a jag-off, man? Where'd that come from? You mean jerk-off?
Unbelievable. This whole thing is just
well, this is,
unbelievable to me.
remember how many people, were imprisoned under Obama. I mean, it was awful. And this all started under Obama. These rules of engagement, it was horrible, and it has to stop.
Yeah.
But it started, I will say, not just during the Biden administration. It just was carried on.
It's just amazing. I mean, they threw everything at Pete Hegseth. And what I tried to do, and I watched maybe 70% of it yesterday, I tried to be very objective. I'm like, all right, is that a good answer? How does Pete look? Is he stuttering? Is he stammering? I had my little notepad out, just little timestamps and observations. And I'm like, he's handling it. I mean, like they threw it. They had every ounce of weaponry available. They didn't leave any stone unturned under the mantra of humiliation and demoralizing. I mean, you bring up a 7-year-old into the conversation. Now, granted, as I said in the first hour, not sure I would bring my 10-year-old daughter to a setting like that, but he did.
7.
Yeah, 7.
I mean, this little girl's 7.
Second grade, probably.
We'll play that. We'll play that back and forth with Tim Kaine in just 1 second. But I want to stick with the DEI policies. This is cut 8, where he answered the first question about diversity in the military.
You're precisely right. the military was a forerunner in courageous racial integration in ways no other institutions were willing to do. I served with men and women of all backgrounds because of the courage of people decades and decades ago. Incredibly important. However, the DEI policies of today are not the same as what happened back then. They're dividing troops inside formations, causing commanders to walk on eggshells, not putting meritocracy first. That's the indictment that's made by those serving right now.
Excuse me.
And why we're having this conversation.
That old guy.
Mr.
Excuse me. Mr. Reed. Excuse me.
But Rhode Island Senator Reed, you know, what an idiot as he teased this up thinking this is going to be some great moment. What is a jag-off? And the thing is, you know, come on, not for nothing, but most of us are tempted to go, well, if there's a picture of it, your face is, you know, you know what I mean? Like but Hegseth didn't take that bait. And so he had these great moments, like you said.
Yeah.
When they tried to say, well, he had a baby and a baby mama, this and that.
Yeah.
And he puts a face and a name. You're talking about a little girl. He humanizes this.
Yeah.
He humanizes the fact that, and even the New York Times this week had the article about, you know, the self-medicating and of maybe turning to alcohol if you're a military veteran, blah, 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 blah. So he really was able to humanize these issues and make it personal.
Yeah.
And so in this moment with Reed, think about the way that he pivoted on that and then explained that, where everybody, look at your reaction.
Yeah.
So he wasn't smart alecky, he wasn't snarky, he was genuine in saying what's going on with the military, because why? It's very evident, because he's one of them.
And it was,
he gets it.
It was very evident too that he was coached up, he was prepared. I don't know what it's like behind the scenes, who prepares you, whether it's lawyers or PR people, but they probably, and I'm just going to guess, I could be way off, they probably went through all of his baggage and said, Pete, be prepared. They're going to talk to you about here's what you need to say, or you need to think about what you're going to be saying so that you can deliver it in a clear, concise, confident fashion. Then they're going to hit you with B. They're going to hit you with C. And he was like a witness that was lawyered up really well and advised how to handle it, and also do not get emotional. Yeah. If you stay flatline, you will look very good.
But think about what you're saying, because you know that he was coached, and probably, you know, not just by people maybe on the military side, but I mean, he's BFFs with like Will Kane, right? Who just got the big promotion, 4 o'clock, replacing Cavuto on 5. I mean, he has a ton of friends in the media who, and those also from the military background, but from the television background. So many people, I'm sure, having his back and just going, dude, this is what they're going to do. This is what they're going to say. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. But you know what, Nick? He did not come off as coached. No. You know what I'm saying?
He came off with a lot of humility.
He did. Humility,
humble,
authenticity.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think he also set the tone, and also he kind of laid out the blueprint. So when it's Bobby Kennedy's turn, when it's Doug Burgum's turn, Kristi Noem, whoever else is going up there. We mentioned the 4 names today, Rubio, right there. That's how you handle it.
Carl in the YouTube chat brings up a good a quote that Hegseth had yesterday about how we won World War II with 7 4-star generals. Today we have 44 4-star generals. Roll cut 16, Phil, if you can, my friend.
Another one. According to the Pentagon, between 2001 and 2024, the number of civilian employees in the Office of the Secretary of Defense has nearly doubled from 1,500 to 3,000.
This is Tuberville.
Civilians on Joint Chiefs has increased from 191 to almost 1,000. Our military end strength goes down. Our staff numbers are exploding. What are you going to do about that?
Senator, we're going to address that. We won World War II with 7 4-star generals. Today we have 44 4-star generals. There's an inverse relationship between the size of staffs and victory on the battlefield. We don't need more bureaucracy at the top. We need more warfighters empowered at the bottom. So it's going to be my job, working with those that we hire and those inside the administration, to identify those places where fat can be cut so it can go toward lethality.
Thank you, Senator Tuberville. Senator Peter.
Very Doge-esque in his answer. Trimming the fat, getting out the pork, whether it's in the military, whether it's in a 1,500-page proposed bill. I like that answer.
Donald writes me. He says, Greg, no one should have, this is about the Eagles fan harassing the Packers fan. He says, Greg, no one should have to endure any vulgarities after paying to go to an NFL game. What if you were close by with your wife and kids and had to endure that idiot? Just cheer for the team you want to win and let everyone else do their thing. I have been to a Packers game rooting for the visitors team and was treated with respect. That should happen in every NFL stadium, including Philly. I don't disagree with anything you're saying, and I'm not standing up for this gentleman, and I say gentleman tongue-in-cheek. I'm not standing up for this guy at all. I'm just saying that the levels that people went to on social media to dox this guy, first, last name, where he lives, he's being like. I'm just saying that it's a pretty intense reaction.
Yes, and also let's not.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm also in a world where words don't offend me. You know what I mean?
Same here.
Yeah.
Same here.
Like if somebody's gonna call my wife the C word, I'll probably say to him, yeah, no, I'm just kidding. But I'll probably just say that's for me to handle them. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Well, that was what. So, as I said earlier, I really did think that this whole thing was staged.
Yeah.
That they were all in on it because she was she seemed so nonchalant about it. She turns and goes F off, and then she turns back and she's watching the game. And I thought, all right, who would really react that way? But the other reason I thought it was staged was because the men in my family, especially, my brother John, 6'5" and 300, he's all the guys in my family.
I'm throwing haymakers.
Would be in that,
100%.
Totally.
100%.
And my husband would be like, "What are you saying to my wife?"
Yep.
So where were the other Eagles fans?
I agree.
Because I just think most men who are real men are not going to tolerate that from their fellow Eagles fans. You know what I'm saying?
Film it like you're
your little baby.
Oh God!
Yeah, it was
I'm going to film this and put it online.
It's all about me. It's what are you?
Fight the dude.
Yeah, that's all. That's
push him
all
off.
Do.
Push him off the bench. How about that?
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to. Sorry about that.
And the other thing too that's just frustrating about it is this happens in every NFL stadium. It's not just the Philadelphia thing, but Eagles fans have a reputation. And when this does go public, the media is, think about it with the Eagles. Every week, all right, we're going to show Pats. We're going to show the steps. We're going to play Motown Philly going into the first commercial break in the first quarter. And when an Eagle fan does something stupid, they are the worst human beings. It's like the whole MAGA thing. So there was three people, I don't know, a few bad actors on January 6th that really truly broke the law and deserved punishment. That shouldn't reflect upon 74 or 78 million of us. Just like Bozo in the 700 level, that doesn't speak volumes to all of us. There's always a few bad actors.
I'm just surprised that it did not end up in a fist fight.
I should have.
My brother, I'm serious. I have family members, some of them, who would not have restrained that. That guy would have been clocked. He would have been out cold. And the story would have been, you know what I mean?
If you're leaving the stadium and there's a bunch of drunk idiot fans yelling at your wife, do you immediately take out your phone and start filming, or do you do something about it? You do something about
Get
it.
in their
face.
My
crowbar.
That guy's a cuck, in my opinion. Let's get back to the Hegseth thing. Let's do Senator Gillibrand. Let's start with cut 12. She was just on something.
Yeah.
Well, women you have denigrated. You have also denigrated members of the LGBTQ community. Did you know that when Don't Ask, Don't Tell was in place, we lost so many crucial personnel, over 1,000 in mission critical areas. We lost 10% of all our foreign language speakers because of a political policy. You said in your statement, you don't want politics in the DOD. Everything you've said in these public statements is politics. I don't want women. I don't want moms. What's wrong with a mom, by the way? Once you have babies, you therefore are no longer able to be lethal. I mean, you're basically saying women after they have children can't ever serve in the military in a combat role. It's a silly thing to say. It's a silly thing to say beneath the position that you are aspiring to. To denigrate LGBTQ service members is a mistake. If you are a sharpshooter, you're as lethal regardless of what your gender identity is, regardless of who you love.
Yes,
so
honey.
please know this to be a true statement.
You are correct.
Boy, the Democrats, I tell you, for the party of science, they still are unable to characterize and distinguish and illustrate and point out the differences between biological females and biological males. We can talk about it in Title IX and the Save Women's Sports Act. We could talk about it in the military. So I guess Kirsten Gillibrand, or Kristen Gillibrand, I always love that, by the way, Kirsten. Were your parents drunk? Did they mean to spell it Kristen and it came out the wrong way? R before the I? I'm just asking because my wife is named Kristen. But, you have all of these people like her. So based on her logic, then women should be able to play in the NFL, right? Is the military any different than the NFL? Yes, and I get it. No disrespect to veterans. Obviously a big difference. But you have to be of a certain toughness. There's a discipline that's instilled in you. And, oh, by the way, if a female can do – so if you had two candidates, you had Bob and you had Mary. If Mary beat Bob in every physical requirement to get into the military, I would select Mary. Sorry, Bob. She just whipped you in every category. She is far more qualified to go out there and kill a terrorist than you are. Bob's a little overweight. He's fat. Bob. You didn't make the cut, pal. That's cold hard fact of life. So I have no problem with that. So I don't understand how that's political from Pete Hegseth when he says we do not need people out there that are unqualified. And if you're not qualified to serve on the front lines, just like Greg, you were talking yesterday or 2 days ago about other positions. I think when we were talking about the LA wildfires with the fire chief and the fire department, you can be in another department. There's other branches. There's other things other than being, Rambo, so to speak. I don't understand why that's controversial.
Gillibrand was not, in my opinion, whatever she was trying to do here, I feel that she was not successful. She was screaming and yelling into the microphone.
Let's play a little more for her.
But Dawn, as a mom who's given birth to children, what do you think of her comments that she said to Pete about, I guess, whatever I'm paraphrasing here, a mom gives birth and then all of a sudden can't hack it? I mean, did Pete say that specifically?
That's just it.
Okay.
I just don't think that anything she said stuck. It was yelling rhetoric, and she went on and on and on. And so I think she missed her mark, whatever she was trying to prove. But also then after her, Joni Ernst came up. Now the two of them, Joni Ernst, Republican, Iowa, and Gillibrand, right, is a Democrat, but they've co-sponsored legislation about, women in the military, whatever. So the fact that Joni Ernst clearly met with Hegseth and they talked about what they've agreed on, Ernst giving him respect, I think that nullified any of this nonsense. Mm-hmm. And to me, after I heard Joni Ernst, like I say, even though I knew that Joni Ernst ahead of the game already met with him and whatnot, I just thought, okay, it's over. He's in.
Mm-hmm. Let's play a little bit more of Gillibrand. She calls Pete Hegseth mean.
Mean.
Got 13 go.
They are so hurtful to the men and women who are currently serving in the U.S. military. Harmful to morale, harmful to good order and discipline. If you are saying that women shouldn't be serving in the military, and I'm going to read you your quotes because the quotes themselves are terrible. You will have to change how you see women to do this job well, and I don't know if you are capable of that. So I want to press on these issues that my colleague Jean Shaheen brought up because she said it so well. So first of all, you answered your questionnaire. Do you believe that any American who wants to serve in their country in the military and can meet objective standards set by the military should be allowed to serve without limitation? You've said yes to that question. But then in all of these other circumstances, you've denigrated active duty service members. We have hundreds of women who are currently in the infantry, lethal members of our military serving in the infantry, but you degrade them. You say, we need moms, but not in the military, especially in combat units. So specific to Senator Cotton's question, because Senator Cotton was giving you layups to differentiate between different types of combat. And specifically, as Secretary, would you take any action to reinstitute the combat arms exclusion for female service members, knowing full well you have hundreds of women doing that job right now? And the standards, your 2 mile run, Tom, is about the Army Combat Fitness Test. It is not the requirements to have an MOS 11 Bravo, which is the infantry. These are the requirements today for people serving in the industry, men and women. They are gender neutral, and they are very difficult to meet. They have not been reduced in any way, and our combat units, our infantry is lethal. So please explain specifically, because you will be in charge of 3 million personnel. It is a big job. And when you make these public statements, and I get you were not Secretary of Defense then, I get you were on TV, I get you were helping veterans, I get it was a different job. But most recently, you said this in November of 2024, knowing full well you might have been named as Secretary of Defense. So please explain these types of statements, because they're brutal and they're mean. And they disrespect men and women who are willing to die for this country.
I am not in the credit business. That's MasterCard. I am not in the feelings business. That's Hallmark. Pete handled that way better than I would have, because I would have just responded, F your feelings. I'm not in the feelings business. We're talking about, do you think Russia, do you think North Korea, do you think Iran, do you think any terrorist organization, do you think China cares about the feelings of their military members and what they represent and how many women are on the front lines? And, well, do we have somebody that's LGBTQ plus? No, they don't. They want to be the most dominant military force on the planet. And that's the mindset that the United States military has to get back to. I mean, if you're laying in a bunker under fire, let's say Greg, Dawn, and I are laying in a bunker and we're in the crosshairs of fire, I am absolutely going to lean on Dawn Stensland, because Stalker would have ran away like a Frenchman from a cat plane. But in most situations, if you ask a dude, if you have one person to get your back in combat, do you want the most qualified person, or do you want somebody that represents diversity, equity, and inclusion? If I'd like to go home to my kid and my wife, just put the most badass person next to me. I don't care what they stand for, what they're about. I don't care if they're Democrat. I know later in the conversation in that hearing, they were talking about Democrat and Republican, and Pete Hegseth was like, we just need bad individuals. I don't care if you're D or R. We don't have to agree on anything, because the objective here is to win the mission we've been assigned to accomplish.
Part of, okay, what you just said with Greg Stalker in that moment of
Running
combat.
yes, he would.
Even though I might have, I definitely have the heart of a lion. You know what I mean? I'd probably die trying.
Yep.
But the truth is, and I lift weights with my teenage son. You know what I mean? Like, I work out. I do everything I can. I'm running. The truth is, I will, even in my fittest moment, I'm not stronger than Greg Stalker. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's what we as women, as females, that doesn't make me weak. It's just mentally, do I have a strength? Absolutely. Do I have great talents? Absolutely. That doesn't put me down. But I believe that what they're referring to was Hegseth was discussing, the weights of military equipment, when you're out there and you have to carry. And what about if your fellow combatant, your fellow patriot in the front lines is injured?
Yes.
And you have to put him on your shoulder and carry him at 185 pounds. I can't do that.
Right. It's the truth. My wife and I both, have made a commitment to work out more, and we're doing it. We're lifting weights and all that stuff. And there's there's a pile of my weights, and there's a pile of her weights. Yep. And I'm not just, she's fit, she's strong, but she can't lift what I can lift. And it's just my physical makeup, the fact that I'm a male. Right. So Dawn is 100% correct.
So and by the way, take note, folks, he's lifting and doing cardio. So there is no excuse for not doing the bike ride this year.
That's true.
But, and here's another problem that goes along with this. Yeah. So sometimes, you're watching something streaming, and you see a woman who's gorgeous, and she's in a gown, and she's in 6-inch heels. Yeah, and then it's that scene where and she's somehow these men, she's, hand to hand. She's, turns into like an MMA star, and she even pulls out a firearm, and she somehow flings them 100 feet or 20 feet or whatever. So I think part of this is that we've told women and girls, you're just as strong. you're just as strong. You can go out and do this. And it's this false sense, because I think that for every one of us, we should know our strengths and where they lie.
Yeah.
And that's a part of what we're seeing, that these people want to perpetuate just lies about gravity and reality.
Yeah, well, and then you have to separate all the specific instances that you could encounter while being in active duty. Like you just talked about it, 185 pounds, or the equipment, or carrying around another wounded soldier. A lot of times the female might not be able to do that with the same ability as the male. But that doesn't mean, and I'm trying to be fair here, as far as firing a firearm, some women, there's no reason why a woman with the proper training can't shoot a gun as well as a man, right?
Females are usually a better aim, statistically speaking.
And your news is proof of it, because everybody misses who they shoot in Philadelphia.
Dawn knows because she cleans around the toilet for her with the three men in her.
Yeah. Speaking, I
know we have to.
I got to do some of that work this week.
No, my brother, that always made him crazy. I'm still a better shot than him.
Yeah.
So from the time we were, 12, 13 years old.
Right.
So that is true. But in this one, it's sad to me, because what they're talking about, this is real world stuff. This is what military members talk about. And by the way, when you're out there and your fellow combatant is a female, what happens? The truth is you love each other. You're in a unit together. And so do you want your son to put himself in peril because he's protective of that female who couldn't carry the load? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nobody wants that. So it's really just about, if you are that strong female. I have a cousin like this. Like, wow. Every once in a while you get that 6'2" woman who's just an Amazon woman, and she can. And that's what Joni Ernst was talking about. Don't lower the standards, but if anybody is at the standard, then you be you. That's cool.
Let's play Joni Ernst real fast, since this is since she's the one on the hot seat right now about how, which way she's going to go on this. This is cut 14. Phil, roll it.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to women in combat, and I had the privilege of serving in uniform for over 23 years. Between our Army Reserves and our Iowa Army National Guard, did serve in Kuwait and missions in Iraq. And so it is incredibly important that I stress, and I hope that if confirmed, you continue to stress, that every man and woman has opportunity to serve their country in uniform and do so at any level, as long as they are meeting the standards that are set forward. And we talked about that in my office. I do believe in high standards. Now, I was denied the opportunity to serve in any combat role because I have a lot of gray hair. And the policy has changed since then, okay? So I've been around for quite a while. But for the young women that are out there now and can meet those standards, and again, I'll emphasize they should be very, very high standards. They must physically be able to achieve those standards so that they can complete their mission. But I want to know, again, let's make it very clear for everyone here today. As Secretary of Defense, will you support women continuing to have the opportunity to serve in combat roles?
Senator, first of all, thank you for your service, as we discussed extensively as well.
It's my privilege.
And my answer is yes, exactly the way that you caveated it. Yes, women will have access to ground combat roles, given the standards remain high, and we'll have a review to ensure the standards have not been eroded. In any one of these cases. That'll be part of one of the first things we do at the Pentagon, is reviewing that in a gender-neutral way, the standards, ensuring readiness and meritocracy is front and center. But absolutely, it would be the privilege of a lifetime to, if confirmed, to be the Secretary of Defense for all men and women in uniform who fight so heroic. They have so many other options. They decide to put their right hand up for our country. And it would be an honor to have a chance to lead them.
Thank you. And
to tie the last hour together, I believe two things. Women have every right to do what the men want to do if they can do it at the level and the standard that has been set in place. And on the flip side, men have no business in women's sports. Period. End of discussion. I will say this. The reports came out last night that Joni Ernst was impressed with Hegseth, will likely vote, and then I believe it was Caitlin Collins of CNN saying something to the effect of, with Ernst following suit and voting for and confirming, it looks like Hegseth will get through. Confirmation.
Yeah, I think if Senator Ernst, if she was a no, I just think she's like, what's the term, thought leader, in the Senate, just because she's highly respected. So I just think that the fact that she met with Hegseth, I think for her, he passed the smell test. They had their conversations. He said all the right things. I think he's in.
Okay.
So my next one is like Tulsi. Tulsi's the next, even though we have others today, but they're going to rip into Tulsi.
She's going to do, in my opinion, I think she'll do a better job than Hegseth did, but I don't think she's going to get through.
I think she's the toughest, one of the toughest ones.
Although
you're right.
I was wrong about Hegseth. I was like, I don't know if he's going to get through. I could have gone either way on this, but after that yesterday, I definitely think he's going to get through.
I feel good on, like I said, I think after the Gates debacle, I said, I was like, I don't think Gates is going to get through.
Yeah.
I mean, they went after him right off the top, first guy, and then I said I felt like I was pretty confident, and I think Pete was going to be prepared. I'm not saying it'll be smooth sailing the rest of the way, but the ones that will face pushback, I would say, Tulsi Gabbard, I think she's going to come off. If she comes off the way she did against Kamala Harris in that debate 5 years ago, she's a lock.
We should break. Tony Bruno, I see him in the on-deck circle.
All right, Tony Bruno up next, live from Florida on a Wednesday, a hump day. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Keeping your home warm, efficient, and safe in winter is paramount. You think of right now, with the wind chill factor this morning when we started out in the single digits, and that's why I recently had Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning out to get my home winter ready, and they actually checked the filters. I have 2 different big units. Marvin E. Cann's is a 3rd generation owned, and by the way, veteran founded company. Actually, Jonathan, I met him, Jonathan Cann's his grandfather, actually a war hero, if I may say so. So I hope you do take my advice. Call Marvin E. Cann's, get your furnace checked for winter. If they feel that your unit really does need to be replaced completely, they're going to give you an honest assessment. None of their guys, here's the thing I've learned over the years. I've had technicians come to my house and say, oh, you need those coils replaced. I'm like, coils cleaned or replaced? Or sometimes technicians are actually, they earn commission. They are actually salespeople sort of in disguise. I've learned that over the years, and that's why it was important to me with Marvin E. Cann's. These are true technicians. They're not on some kind of commission. Also, you know me, I want service members, those service workers in my home, to make sure they were background checked. Marvin E. Cann's, everybody fully background checked. And by the way, longtime employees, take my advice, just give them a call. They're going to give you, if you need some honest assessment, they're going to give you that at a fair price. Install a high-efficiency train furnace, Trane, but it's hard to stop a train. Just contact Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning right now, MarvinEKanze.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Attention small business owners needing financing. Swish Funding is providing funds for expansion, inventory, increased overhead, even slow cash flow to small businesses all over America with affordable funding as soon as one business day. And we're ready to help with funding from $10,000 to $2 million. If you've been in business for 1 year or more with a monthly income of at least $25,000, you can get the affordable funding you need with no collateral. Go to swishfunding.com today. That's swishfunding.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly, all chocolates are heart-shaped, and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Orosine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's hear this tiger purr, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is all right. Everything is going to be all right. It's Kayal and Company, 846, live on this Wednesday morning. Which means it's Bruno time, baby, as we head down to Florida.
What's he doing?
And say good morning to Tony Bruno as he is training for the military with 25-pound dumbbells.
Wow. See some squats.
25?
No, these are 10 pounders.
Come on, Tony,
good morning.
I'm trying to pump you up here a little bit. 25.
Pump you up.
Yeah.
No, I realize that, I sit here at 7 o'clock, an hour and a half before the show to get ready. And that's instead of sitting here and writing notes and listening to the great programming on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, I had these 10-pound weights next to me. So this is my hour and a half workout it's only once a week, though, on Wednesdays. I'm going to have to come and sit down. I'm going to be jacked.
Tony Bruno.
Not jag off.
Jag
right.
off, yeah.
Or, the jag off thing.
Yeah.
I used to call them strappers.
Yes.
Strappers is much more, it's more all-encompassing to call somebody a strapper instead of a jag off or a jerk off or, By the way, that senator who's no one's ever heard from or seen from Rhode Island.
Mr. Reed.
What's his name? Mr. Jack Off Reed. His name is Jack. Coincidentally, his name is Jack Reed. Did you notice watching him? Because I watched the whole hearing yesterday. The guy looks, and most of these Democrats, these pasty white Democrats screaming like banshees, they all look like they work at a funeral parlor as an embalmer.
No.
That guy, you look at that guy, to me, he doesn't look like a guy who should be embalming corpses and will embalm Joe Biden after he gets the hell out of there this weekend. By the way, you all ready to watch Joe? Yeah, hello. Anybody going to watch Joe Biden's 15-minute scripted final message to America? Haven't we seen enough? Haven't we suffered enough, Joe?
Yes.
He didn't even know what he was signing yesterday. They were just handing him stuff to sign, all these edicts about national parks. Did you see that video?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Just handing him stuff, and he doesn't even remember where to sign.
Nope.
That's all he's done for 4 years is just sign stuff that's handed to him.
That's right. And sometimes I don't even think he's even signing them. They probably have one of those little stampers with his signature as he's in, because he's in bed at 5:30 p.m. He checks out halfway through the 5. It's an outrage. Tony Bruno doing
It is an outrage.
overhead presses right now.
Look at that with those 10-pound weights.
Always hated that exercise. Never.
How
was a
many
big-
reps?
How many?
The
can you
best
do?
line of Pete Hegseth yesterday
Yeah.
was when he was asked about his routine, and he said he did 5 sets of 47 push-ups. Did anybody get that reference?
5 sets of 47?
Oh, 47 being
yeah.
Trump.
You get it?
Oh,
You get it?
How about
of course,
that?
Maisie Hirono was the only one who got that because she has to be, without a doubt, the dumbest human being ever elected into any office at any level, state, local, national. They keep re-electing her in Hawaii. Those people out there, you talk about insane.
Mm-hmm.
She has to be. I mean, and there's a lot of dumb people in Congress.
Yeah.
But Maisie Hirono takes the cake.
Just when you
how
thought
she's on any panel, how she's on any important panel, any important. It's just a joke. The best part of the hearing was the compilation of all the screaming women put into one box.
Yeah, we have.
Oh yeah, that's the best.
Phil, can you do that? It's cut 4, if you will. That's how we started the show off this morning. Here, roll it, Phil.
Yeah, we're used to screaming guys.
Our veterans organizations that will help our veterans get every damn thing that they deserve because they signed on the dotted line to keep us safe, just like.
Tony, that was actually footage of me at Thanksgiving surrounded by my mother-in-law and her sisters.
Watching sports television, we're used to 4 jagoffs screaming in boxes on TV. Guys, right? 4 guys screaming at each other in boxes on every channel you turn on. Now we have screaming women, the most unattractive, the most idiotic, the most clueless broads. Anywhere are the dumb Democratic women in the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House. I heard you guys talking about our fine Pennsylvania members of Congress in the House who all voted against protecting women from creepy guys in locker rooms and trying to take their jobs and their titles. Imagine that. And you've seen our distinguished, pasty white blondes in Pennsylvania, too. We got some real whack jobs. It's not just California or all these other states. I mean, Pennsylvania has elected some of the dumbest people as well.
Yeah.
And they're really bad, bad people.
I thought the insanity stopped on the West Coast when you reached the Pacific leaving California. Who knew that Hawaii, across the Pacific, 5 hours later, was actually more out of touch until we found out Hirono.
They have 2 U.S. senators as well, Brian Schatz and Mazie Hirono, and every single Democrat. By the way, I don't even know who were the 2 Democrats that actually voted yes for the Laken Riley bill yesterday, or the women in sports bill.
One dude from Texas, and was it Queller, Henry Queller?
Cuellar. Henry Cuellar in California?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Imagine a party so deep into a cult. They always talk about cults. This is a cult. When every single member of one party, with 2 exceptions, 109, vote the same way. And people who voted for Trump are a cult. What are they? What are the cults of people who all read from they had their folders out yesterday where they all had their own turn. I bet you they had Mazie Hirono on her page, and then she turns to it in their binders. I thought the binder was gone. They still have binders.
Yes. I'm gonna miss the binder and Deuce Man going at it in that press briefing room. Epic television. All right, Tony.
I can't wait for Jim Acosta to go back into the room and now be a tough guy again against Trump when he goes to the White House press briefings.
Oh no, Caitlin Collins will be the tough guy. She's going to be back on the beat now. Yeah.
She's more manly than Jim Acosta anyway.
Some would say she's Scott Pressler. So let me get your thoughts on a couple of other issues. Let's go to California.
Eagles!
Yeah, we'll get to the Eagles. I mean,
let's get it back to the Eagles.
You've lived many years in California, and we haven't spoken with you since last Wednesday, and we've gone from, it's climate change to it's an electrical issue to its failed leadership to its politics. I'm the only one on the show that actually believes this is it for Gavin Newsom. I think his career is over after this. What do you think?
You know how you can tell his career is over? If you're on X, Twitter, Josh Shapiro has been super active on Twitter. Have you noticed? Like every hour, he's tweeting out things about what he's done for Pennsylvania. And how, you know why? He smells the blood in the water. He knows that Gavin Newsom is done. And he knows that he got shafted by the Democrats when it came to the VP pick. And so what happens? He now knows this will elevate him into the front runner for 2028, because you're absolutely right, Nick. I lived in LA 11 years. I paid taxes, all of the places. In fact, last Wednesday when I was on with you guys, that's when the whole thing started with the fires. And I was going crazy then about how bad this is going to be and how bad it looks, because I lived in LA. I've seen fires. I would drive home at night and see fires off the 405 and all the brushes. So no matter what, and now all of a sudden Gavin Newsom's saying he wants Trump to come out there to see it, but then he hates Trump because Trump's not giving him carte blanche. So you can't have it all these ways. The people of California are finally waking up. Because you remember, Gavin Newsom is Nancy Pelosi's nephew. And so when Nancy Pelosi and her husband were running Baltimore politics for decades, and then Nancy said, enough of Baltimore, let's get the hell out of here. Let's go to California. She moved to San Francisco, built up her power as the most powerful person in the state, got to be Speaker of the House, is 84 years old, and she's still out there with a walker in Washington, D.C. She's the one who anointed her nephew, Gavin Newsom, as first an assistant district attorney and then the mayor of San Francisco. And then they pushed him up to L.A. and he became the governor of California eventually. And he is. And when we talk about bad white, it's funny. They never talk about white guys in power who are Democrats. All these white guys, these white rich guys are bad. Gavin Newsom, white guy in California destroying the state, is okay. He's the next. He's the chosen one. Mm-hmm. He is the American psycho. What he's done to that state is a sin. It really is, because I've been watching some of the videos when I drove my mother when she came out. I took her on the Pacific Coast Highway to have shrimp on the beach. It's just an amazing place. Now, the politics, by the way, politicians had nothing to do with the God-made beauty of the state of California. I mean, it is one of the most spectacular places on earth. And so when you live in a place for 11 years and you get to see all those great places, and you get to go to all those amazing places that God made, not Gavin Newsom, not the Democrats, not the Republicans, to see it looks like Gaza. You know, you should just put up a picture of all the places that have been destroyed in the last 4 years, whether it's war zones or fire zones. This is all on Gavin Newsom, Joe Biden, and his people who have run the United States into the ground. Monday can't come soon enough.
I agree. 5 days away. Tony Bruno with us as he is every Wednesday here on Talk Radio 1210. So let's get to a couple of things. Speaking of Monday and Trump, the Philadelphia Inquirer wrote an op-ed yesterday. We talked about it. How they said basically that pandering and cozying up John Fetterman to Mar-a-Lago and being in Trump's good graces is not a good look. Yet here it is. Here we are. You know, I mean, Fetterman wants to, be pro-Israel, Republican point of view. He wants to have a secure border, Republican point of view. He's not a Republican, but he has some common sense viewpoints. And it's foolish to me if we want our politicians to find common ground and get things accomplished, why you would resist that. That would be like me and a Democrat comes up and says, hey, Nick, tomorrow's Thursday. And I disagree with him and I fight him tooth and nail on it when common sense says, yes, tomorrow is Thursday, politics be damned. Now the Philadelphia Inquirer trying to rip Fetterman, saying it's a bad look. I don't know what his motive and agenda is, but I don't think it's a bad look, Tony.
How is it a bad look to cooperate and realize that there's a new president coming in and everybody wants, he's inviting them down to Mar-a-Lago. He's having them come in. You don't even have to like Fetterman. You don't have to like Fetterman or Trump. But that shows you why the Philadelphia Inquirer, like most major newspapers, especially the Boston Globe, the Inquirer, the Chicago Tribune, even the LA Times is waking up.
Yeah.
Even the guy in charge of the LA Times realizes that newspapers writing opinion pieces and endorsing candidates is absolutely stupid. The guy who runs the LA Times said they made a mistake. They should not have endorsed Gavin. They should not have endorsed Karen Bass.
Yep.
But do you think any of these strappers at the Inquirer can't even give subscriptions away? They're still trying to sell me 6 months of the Philadelphia Inquirer online for $1. $1 for a 6-month digital subscriptions. That can't pay Will Bunch's bar tab for a week. I mean, the Philadelphia Inquirer is an absolute laughingstock. It's an embarrassment of a newspaper, and anybody who pays a dime to watch it, read it. The only reason people buy the Sunday Inquirer, they buy it on Monday for the food coupon sections. That's what they do.
And the boss
They sell the Philadelphia Inquirer in the dollar stores so that because that's how they get rid of them. Talk about wasting of paper and digital airspace. The Philadelphia Inquirer is absolute garbage.
And if you've been wondering,
it pains me to say that. I used to love reading the Inquirer.
Yeah, I wrote for Philly.com for a little bit in 2015. If you've been wondering, for 6 months for $1, you do $1 divided by 180 days. That comes out to 0.005 cents per day. I still wouldn't.
And that's paying too. Even that's a little too much for me right now. We're in tough. We're in tough times here.
That doesn't even factor in inflation.
Eggs are back to $8 a dozen. Why would I pay 1 cent a day for the Philadelphia Inquirer? I'd rather give it to some starving kid in Biafra than give it to the Philadelphia Inquirer.
Yeah,
I'd rather give it to Act Blue and the Obama bros on that Pod Save America fiasco.
Yeah, I'd rather stick that $1 in Karen Bass's purse and say, take it to Ghana and give it to them. Than before I'd give it to the Inquirer.
I thought you were going to say.
By the way, did you see the pictures of her partying in Ghana the day? Actually, she went to Ghana on the 2nd of January. This, as the reports were coming in about the annual event of the Santa Ana Winds, she still said, I'm going to Ghana.
Well, I
gotta go.
She was asked about it yesterday. Phil, this is cut 20.
I know.
She was asked about it yesterday, and she said she doesn't regret her overseas trip.
No.
Mind you, they had already said, they had already had a press conference saying that there were going to be catastrophic fires, these winds. Like, this was a recipe for disaster. They held this press conference. They knew it was coming, and she leaves. This is what she said. Roll it, Phil.
Looking back, would you have taken that trip overseas? I am going to focus today
But please,
on what we know.
No.
Can I ask you one question about downtown?
Get out of my face.
No.
I'm turning my back on you now.
No.
I'm out.
No, she doesn't know. And here's the worst part. Not only was she out of town, but her deputy mayor, the person who's supposed to be next in line, was actually arrested. He had the FBI raid his house because he threatened to blow up City Hall. So the two people in charge of the city of Los Angeles, one was in Ghana, one was basically excommunicado because he was arrested for threatening to blow up City Hall. That's the people running one of the fifth biggest economy on. And it pains me to say this. I still have a lot. I paid massive amounts of taxes to live in LA for 11 years. I owned a house in LA. And so I still own a house in Philly. So, when you live in places and you get to be there more than a month or a year, 11 years is a long time. I mean, that was a bulk of my career spent out there. And it's sad to see what's going on. But who could not have predicted this when you have these types of lowlives? The American psycho himself, Gavin Newsom, still in charge. He shouldn't be running a hot dog stand in downtown LA.
Yes. And if he did, he would never have the right condiments.
Mustard. Well, you know what he would need? Yeah, mustard.
Exactly.
Can I say this? He was asked yesterday, and he is still on the. This is Gavin Newsom. This is Cut 25.
Yeah.
He's still on the track that it's dangerous for Elon Musk and Trump to say that our reservoirs aren't full. Roll this, Phil.
What's not, I think, helpful or beneficial is a string of consciousness. These wild-eyed fantasies that somehow the state water project, we have reservoirs that are at or near historic highs, full, completely full. That somehow there's a magical spigot in California, Northern California, that just can be turned on, and all of a sudden there will be rain or water flowing everywhere. It's not helpful. It's damaging to the very foundation of the notion of what are facts, what are truths. And the fact of that asymmetry, that's profound and consequential, amplified by people like, let's be candid, Elon Musk and others. And that 1-2 punch is real. And it's not just about this fire. And that's where hurricane force winds of mis and disinformation that can divide a country on a myriad of issues. This is serious.
Yeah, misinformation divides the country.
Misinformation.
But your party calling Trump Hitler doesn't divide people.
Yeah, but that's not even. Let's go to just recently. Here is the Gavin Newsom sitting with Karen Bass and the woman who should be fired on day 2. Everybody keeps saying day 1.
Right.
Day 1 is for partying, celebrations, balls. Well, I mean, it's got to be. You got to start now. Yeah. It's going to start next Tuesday, the 21st. Mm-hmm. Monday is a day of celebration, a day for liberals' heads to explode because people are appearing and singing patriotic songs at the inauguration.
Yes.
That's going to make heads explode.
Yes.
But the good thing, but here's, he was sitting in Joe Biden was sitting in his office, in the Oval Office with Kamala Harris, and I think that was Jill Biden in that, remember? And they're all in a box on a big screen. And then Joe Biden tells Gavin Newsom, listen, man, not a joke. The electricity had to be turned off. So the electric powered fire hydrants weren't running because they had turned the electricity off, and Gavin Newsom's nodding in approval. Mm-hmm. That's not misinformation or disinformation. The fire hydrants were empty because the electricity was turned off.
Yeah.
And the reservoir that's most important to the Pacific Palisades, that Santa Ynez reservoir was bone dry.
That thing was drier than the pool that Ralph Macchio moved to in the beginning of Karate Kid with his mom.
It was drier than all of the women senators grilling Pete Hegseth yesterday.
Abort, Eagles.
Mr. Reed.
One more time, Phil. Cut 4. One more time, Phil. Cut 4, if you will.
Let's hear it for the girls.
This is my favorite.
Let's hear it for the
girls. Our veterans organizations that will help our veterans get every damn thing that they deserve because they signed on the dotted line to keep us safe.
Sorry.
Shimmy, ladies. Let's hear it for the girls. Remember that song? Let's hear it for the boys.
Speaking of a panel of insufferable females, let's go to The View, shall we?
Oh, boy. Do we have to?
Yeah, because Tony referenced it. I know he loves his little segues. So let's get to, we talked about this, Carrie Underwood. She'll be performing at Trump's inauguration. Everybody melting down over the biggest act in country, not named Taylor Swift, showing up for a MAGA celebration. And Joy Behar lost her ever-loving mind on The View. If you think she lost her mind on this, imagine what she was thinking when she saw Pete Hegseth talking. Phil, let's roll this clip.
I wouldn't do it, even though I can't sing. You would not sing? No, I would not. I would not normalize him. And she says, I love our country. How do you love your country and support and normalize somebody who was a convicted felon who really wants to destroy the country, in my opinion? I don't understand how you say you love your country at the same time as you normalize this convicted felon, which I can say now every day.
A lot of my family voted for Trump. They love the country and vote for him. I think that people make these decisions for a lot of reasons.
Okay, fine. And I would not be the person to say don't do it, because I believe in free speech and everything about it. I personally would not do it.
Well, there you go, Tony. Free speech absolutist Joy Behar. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Sitting next to a woman whose husband was just nailed on a RICO charge and calls everybody else criminals, right?
Oh, that's the greatest story ever.
Yes.
Mr. Hostin.
Yeah, Mr. Hostin, the doctor allegedly performing unnecessary surgeries.
Yep.
I wonder if those were like transgender mutilation surgeries.
This is why people don't pay it. They don't even know. Like, I guarantee you people in Rhode Island don't even know that Jack guy is their U.S. senator. People don't pay attention.
Reed, yeah.
They don't know who their senators are. They don't know who their representatives are. People don't care.
Yeah.
They just want to live, be happy, and not worry about this minutia. But every once in a while, especially in a presidential election year, you got to pay attention to this stuff. But you see yesterday why elected officials have no business. Because that's all they none of them could do anything but be political. Now, some of them have come from, private industries, and then they become, some of them have good intentions, but once they get in, they owe so many people so many favors for funding them, giving them money. That's what happens. When you're indebted to somebody for helping you become a politician, you will always be indebted to them, and you will always do what they tell you to do.
Yes,
and
indeed.
that's the problem with politics. That's why people stay in there for 30, 40, 50 years.
Yep.
Why would you do that?
Yep.
If it's about, because they come in broke and they leave multimillionaires making $170,000 a year.
Yep.
I made more money than that, and I'm not sitting here on $15 million. I'm not sitting on $15,000 right now.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, look, in politics, you enter poor, you walk out a millionaire. It's just like radio. You enter poor and you walk out poor.
Exactly. Well, no, you enter poor like I did. You make it, you move to LA, you're making, six figures, and then you get a divorce, and then you're broke and you're back in Philly, and then you move to Florida.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's right. That's why you got to get
it's the circle. It's the cycle of life.
Cycle of life.
What is it? The circle of life.
Right.
It's the wheel of fortune.
That's right.
It's the wheel of fortune.
But
not
not
Pat,
a Jagoff.
But with Pat Sajak, not Seacrest.
Exactly. Has anybody watched the new Wheel of Fortune with Pat Sajak?
Yeah. Funny you say that. I've actually watched it twice in the last 2 weeks because the college football playoff games were on ABC. So I put it on a little bit early, expecting a pregame show, and I got Seacrest and Vanna White. And and I know you've had your Seacrest rants in the past. That dude offers nothing, yet he's got 42 jobs. I don't get the Seacrest thing, Bruno.
Because he's not.
Because he's harmless,
Yeah,
he'll
he's
do whatever he needs to do.
Yeah, I
Tony's
get it.
right.
Yeah, he's not going to say anything.
He's got
Pat
the look.
Sajak has the best. The best thing about Pat Sajak, not only is he a legend and did that show forever, but he's got such a great wit. If you watch his Twitter, I mean, he says stuff without saying stuff. He's just a brilliant, brilliant guy.
Yeah.
And, he's done a lot of stuff in the community down in Annapolis. I mean, he's a big muckety-muck in the Annapolis, Maryland area. And that's where he lives. He used to commute out to L.A. to tape those shows and then go back to Anne Arundel County in Maryland. That's good Anne Arundel knowledge.
That's right.
By the way.
Yeah. Right. And it's very important how you pronounce that. It's Anne Arundel, not Anal Rundle, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. The
Or as Greg
pronunciation matters.
Gutfeld, referring to the Panama Canal, he calls it the Panac Anal.
Yeah.
See, it's a Panama.
Right.
But then you put the C in there.
Panac
The
Anal.
Panac. So all the words are in there, but you have to separate them.
Yeah, it's like Celebrity Jeopardy with the categories across the top, right? Appetit déjeuner. Will Ferrell. If you don't know it,
Eagles.
Get the DVD.
By the way, Eagles are 6-point favorites
Wow.
over the Rams on Sunday.
Yeah.
I was surprised when I saw that line.
Yeah.
I mean, the Rams are really a good team. I mean, you
agree.
saw them. Poor Minnesota. They had to deal with Waltz, Tim Waltz, their tampon governor. They had to deal with the Vikings getting smoked on Monday night in the elimination game with 14 wins.
Yep.
They could have been the number 1 seed. Now they're going home, back to Minnesota in the cold. And they also have, they also have like the worst politicians who didn't show up for work. The Democrats in the Minnesota House did not show up for work yesterday because they were upset that the Republicans were going to nominate a African-American woman as the Speaker of the House.
Oh.
And they're the ones that all these virtuos, Tim Waltz and his wife and his wacky daughter and all of those miscreants in Minnesota, they elected this guy, and all he has done is destroyed. I don't know if you've seen the clips of Minnesota, the Minnesota House.
Yep.
The Democrats didn't show up for work yesterday. Tim Waltz is blaming the Republicans for the fact that the Democrats didn't show up to do their jobs yesterday.
Sam Darnold hasn't shown up to do his job for the last month. Is that on Trump and Republicans as well?
No, that's on. Listen, the guy had a great year. Unfortunately, as they find out on VH1's Behind the Music, then something went terribly, terribly wrong. The guy went from a $100 million contract ready to be signed a couple of weeks ago to being a free agent that will be in the what's the winner, the new summer league now? It's not the XFL, the UFL, the LOL, whatever the new football combination is.
Yeah.
By the way, Nick, I know you're a big college football fan.
Yes.
Will anybody remember when the national championship game is going to be played? They haven't played in 2 weeks. These kids could have graduated or could have transferred. Are you allowed to transfer to another team?
No.
Like, can Notre Dame pick up more players from other teams that don't want to be there anymore?
You cannot, because
the transfer portal?
Trump signed an executive order banning that on Inauguration Day. I got a final thing, and then we got to get out of here for to pay some bills. And Bruno's going to stick around for just a little longer. What is the bigger thing that you're looking at Sunday? The actual football game, whether or not A.J. Brown reads the #1 New York Times best-selling book on the sideline when he's not getting the amount of targets he likes from Jalen Hurts, or the fact that this girl that was called a stupid C word is trying to make her way back to Philadelphia to be there this Sunday and probably go and bait more men into calling her derogatory words. What will you be paying attention to Sunday?
I'll be paying attention to the game, and my man Mike Tirico doing the broadcast on a Sunday. Sunday Night Football will be actually on Sunday afternoon because that's the NBC game of the week. By the way, the Eagles game last weekend had the highest audience of any wild card game in forever.
Wow.
They had like 36 million people watching that Eagles game. Yeah. The Eagles games. Exactly. Even John Fetterman now has abandoned the Pittsburgh Steelers, and so has everybody else in Pittsburgh.
Good night, everybody.
The terrible tags, those terrible towels are now being used to mop up snow water in your foyer. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. All right, Tony Bruno's going to hang with us. On the other side, we'll come back, get a big 3 from Dawn, and then what's on the cut sheet part 2. And Tony's going to pump some iron during the break. So let's keep the film rolling, Phil.
Film will roll during the commercial break.
Will Tony get 5 sets of 47 reps in?
Uh-oh.
Stay tuned to find out. First, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Oh, yeah, 2025, and we're starting the year off. It's, 22 degrees. We've had some snow. Perfect time if you're in the market for an SUV, right? Honda Prologue, Honda's first all-electric SUV with plenty of space to put your barbells and your dumbbells if you want to do some exercising as you're going from point A to point B, or you're stuck in the Schuylkill, right?
That's why you have to do this.
Unbelievable,
right? That's why you have to keep watching us during the YouTube.
A range of almost...
I'll do my squats.
Yeah, how about that? Range of 300 miles. Tony Bruno showing his range right now. We're going to have to get Bruno an electrical charging kit because he's going to crash and burn in about 9 seconds. And it's got charging options to choose from, including the portable charging kit. for when you're on the go and you're doing dumbbell presses in your radio studio. You can lease the Prologue today for as low as $229 per month. Even Tony Bruno can afford that, $229 per month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details. And you can shop online at piazzahonda.com. You won't get dumbbells, but you will get a good deal. And tell them Nick sent you.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9-to-5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
You know you've been testing fade, ignoring those home repairs. Start 2025 off right and call PJ Fitzpatrick to the rescue. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars on costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them on the web at trustpj.com. They'll save you some cash and they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the Big Screen Blitz. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get an 85-inch Samsung Smart TV, valued at $1,100. Drawings every Saturday, now through January 25th. Score big during the Big Screen Blitz. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Couldn't hit a bull's ass with a bass fiddle.
Exactly right. Kayal and Company, as we continue live on this Wednesday. I mean, we've covered everything, right? Senate hearings with Pete, wildfires in California, the Philadelphia Inquirer for 1/5 of 1 cent per day for 6 months, Carrie Underwood, MAGA, January 20th, the Eagles, on the field, off the field, in the stands, in the new 700 level.
And don't forget, we'll be at the Newtown Athletic Club on Monday, starting at 6 a.m. So make sure you're out there joining us, starting at 6 a.m. We'll be there. The Dawn Stenson Show will be there. The Dom Giordano Show will all be there.
Yep.
Will I be there doing live squats? I can do a remote.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
I want to thank Dawn and everybody else who got their body moving during that last segment.
Yeah.
This is a show that concerned about public health.
Yes.
We're like We're making America and Philadelphia healthy again.
Yeah.
And that was a rigorous workout. You know, I don't advise anybody to start with a high intensity workout like we were performing here today. Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Just and Dawn was doing squats in the studio.
Yes, she was.
I mean, this is what public service is all about.
That's right.
Yep.
Dawn's doing squats in the studio. She bench presses with the boys. Tony's got the dumbbells. Stalker is up his lifting and cardio. And I've scaled back my booze from 2 doubles a day to 1. We're all trying to live a healthier
good because
life.
you know you can't drink and do radio or be a United States senator or cheat on your wife.
Right.
Well, you can in the United States Senate because they have a slush fund to pay for all the damage that you've done. Yeah.
It's amazing.
Kayal and Company, more than just a talk radio show. We are a lifestyle destination.
Thank you.
How about that?
Yep.
Put that on a shirt, Bruno. See if we can sell those.
I'm going to have a new fitness video. You know, Jane Fonda's she's shot now.
Yeah.
We need new men to show.
It's true.
You know, and I'll put on my wife beater next week because you know it was 75 here yesterday. It's only 60 today. But I think we should have radio people instead of looking like slovenly bums. And bumettes. For the women out there, people want to see action.
Sweat into the oldies with Tony Bruno.
Yeah,
you can take you can take the place of the deceased Richard Simmons.
There you go.
Put the little shorts on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got my hot pants from back in the Phillies 70s days. Remember when they had the hot pants girls out there, the hot pants patrol?
Mm-hmm.
Your balls are showing.
Bring them back. Bring them back.
Remember the late 80s and the early 90s with the Umbro shorts?
Umbros.
We got to bring Umbros back.
Yeah, make Umbros great.
You know what I'm saying? I used to rock
parachute pants. You have parachute pants on top of the short shorts.
Right.
You know, the WNBA 1970s Dr. J era.
Oh,
when they all wore those short shorts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
By the way, the 76ers last night, after giving up on the downtown arena, decided to play at the old arena on 45th and Market Street since they have a team that they put on the floor last night that couldn't beat Villanova, and Villanova's lost 2 straight games.
Yeah.
Did you see the lineup the Sixers ran out there last night? Boy, not only did they give up on the arena downtown, they gave up on basketball.
I have too. I'm convinced I will never see, because Tony, keep in mind, I was born in 84. Sixers last title, 83. Flyers last one, 74, 75. I've never seen a winter sport championship in my lifetime in 41 years. And I only got 20 years left, as we've established on this show. I don't think I'm going to see it anytime soon.
You saw the Phillies. You saw the Phillies, and you saw the Eagles.
Yes, but winter sports, Sixers, Flyers, never in my lifetime. And it won't happen.
I had a full head of hair when the Flyers were winning Stanley Cups.
My old man did, too. Yeah. All right, let's get to some of the news. It's time for a Dawn Stenslin Big 3 at 9:26.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
And Big 3 at 9, number 1, you've heard of the IRS. What about the ERS?
Uh-oh.
So President-elect Donald J. Trump announcing he will create an external revenue service.
I was going to say, can we guess on what the E stands for?
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I was going to say it's certainly not equity.
No.
No.
Okay.
External revenue service and an external revenue office upon his return to the White House that will collect all foreign source revenue, such as tariffs. So he talks about the IRS, and for too long he says we relied on taxing our great people using the IRS. Now he wants to create he's announcing the external revenue service to collect tariffs, duties, and all revenue.
Duty.
Thank you, Mr. DeSantis.
That comes from foreign sources.
Okay.
Number 2, bye-bye Biden, retiring president. And yes, he is retiring finally from office, from political office. So Biden releasing his farewell letter tonight. He will have a farewell address, but saying it has been the privilege of my life.
Who's next?
Yeah, it'd be Trump. Trump's next. 5 days, sir.
So he released his bye-bye, the farewell letter before this evening's farewell address.
8 p.m. Eastern, I believe, is the time.
And it starts...
I think it's like 10 minutes. It's only going to be like 10 minutes if he can get through 10 minutes. But the bigger story is MSNBC, whose executive quit yesterday, has the final interview, the final televised interview with Stop the Hammering Larry, Lawrence O'Donnell.
Oh, yeah.
And I think after that interview with Lawrence O'Donnell, they should just go to black, as they say. They should put after what's her name goes on, Joy Reid finishes her show tonight before Lawrence O'Donnell's big sit down last interview with Joe Biden. They should have remember late at night they would turn off the TV and they would have what is it called?
They'd go dark.
The
snow. Or the test patterns.
No, not the snow. They would put like a test pattern.
Yeah.
That's right, a test pattern on the screen.
Yep.
And then they would go off the air. I think MSNBC may go dark by next Tuesday. I'm not someone who makes predictions, but I think they may go out of business by next Tuesday.
Do we have in the system the Stop the Hammering?
I'm trying to find it.
I forgot about
Stop the hammering.
Yes.
I say that every morning with the building that's being built.
The hammering.
Yeah. Trying to do the big take, and I got guys out there with steel barriers and sledgehammers.
By the way, the word
I have all the drops somewhere of that great meltdown, Bill O'Reilly's classic.
Yep.
But the one, there's a woman in my ear talking right now, and I have no idea what she's saying. You talk about lunatics.
The word of the day,
basically.
The word of the day today is jagoff, and Lawrence O'Donnell epitomizes the word jagoff.
That's a good point.
Absolutely.
Well,
we'll do it live.
Wait, number 3 in our big 3, waiting to say I do. According to the latest U.S. Census Bureau statistics, when you look at Pennsylvanians waiting to take the plunge until later in life. So according to the U.S. Census Bureau in Pennsylvania, in the Commonwealth, the median age of those getting married for the very first time, this is not a second marriage or a third marriage, it's the first time in the Commonwealth, 30.3, and that is the latest, that they're waiting until at least 30 and 3 months to get married for the first time. So it was previously 28 years old. And when we look at all the different, let's see, California, D.C., New York residents, They are waiting until at least 31 to get married for the first time. The youngest are Utah, Idaho, and West Virginia. They are the youngest at around 26-ish. Maybe 12.
I thought it was like
27.
14 in West Virginia. I thought 14 was the age of consent in West Virginia.
So red states getting married at a younger age than blue states, no surprise. And also, you're right, Dawn, you said the plunge. I would say that marriage is like the polar plunge. So my advice would be, as far as saying you do, don't. It's like drugs. Don't.
The best part of those 30-year-olds getting married, they can just have their reception in their parents' house, and mom will just put out a plate. It's going to be expensive. Yeah. You're going to have to go to Aldi's or, Costco or Sam's Club.
Yeah.
Get some cold cuts. Yep. Buy some already pre-made meatballs, some cannolis, and then call it a night.
That's right.
No big halls.
Yep.
I was married in like some school hall, not some wedding hall in the Northeast.
Yeah.
Back in the 70s.
Yeah.
We're going to go back to those days.
Yeah.
When it's just, hey, make yourself a plate, sit down, shut up, and get out.
Just avoid the boar's head.
And now when the bride and groom walk around before they leave the wedding, with the bride has the little silk purse where you walk around and say goodbye to everybody before you get the hell out of your own wedding. Do people still do that?
Yeah, and live at home like
Fetterman
Fetterman
did. Envelope.
Yeah.
And you put the envelope and you have it slide in there. Now, did you do that? Dawn, did you go around with the envelope?
No. We didn't.
No, Dawn's got class.
We were married at St. Philomena's in Delaware County, in Lansdowne.
I was married at the ECW Arena.
St. Phil's.
ECW. Joey Styles screamed.
Joey Styles did my wedding vows. Yes. You kidding me?
Oh my God!
All right, Dawn. I'm sorry to hijack.
That was
that was 3.
So that's your big 3: marriage. We've got Biden's bye-bye, and by the way, underway right now as we're speaking, Pam Bondi preps for the hot seat as Senate confirmation hearings continue today.
Wow.
Big 3.
How
Kayal
about
and
that?
Company.
All right, there you go. Thank you very much, Dawn. So Joe Biden tonight at 8 o'clock, when he wraps up his 7-minute pre-recorded speech, he'll probably end with,
if I were smart, I'd say thank you and leave.
And I am smart. I am going to leave right now, but just temporarily because Stalker says we have commercials to play. We will come back.
I don't know about you, but I'm going to bed right now. Do we have that clip too?
Yeah.
I don't know about you.
Okay. That's one of the few I don't have. But are you done? Are we done with you for the day?
Never.
I don't know. You asked me. I'm here.
I don't know. You want to stick around?
I can feel it now.
He can hang out.
I can feel all the blood flowing now. I can feel my biceps and triceps swelling. I'm going to be swole.
He's swole.
As the kiddies say.
Swole by spring training. Remember, Philly spring training in a month.
That's
I will
right.
be swole when I head up to Clearwater for Philly's spring training.
That's right.
All action.
Stay swole, just don't stay woke. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Damon John here, the People Shark. In the early days of FUBU, I relied on my personal credit cards and faced overwhelming debt. I was on the verge of losing my home and my company. I got lucky. My company's success saved me, but not everyone can wait for luck to save them from debt. And that's why I am excited to partner with National Debt Relief. They have a proven track record of helping people get out of debt quickly, saving them thousands. Their award-winning programs is simple and hassle-free. National Debt Relief can create personalized plans for your financial situation and help reduce your debt. They've helped hundreds of thousands of people, and they can help you too. Take your first step towards a better financial future. Call National Debt Relief today.
To find out what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-822-6611. 800-822-6611. Again, that's 800-822-6611.
Are you looking to remodel your home?
Emmons Remodeling offers complete remodeling services to turn your house into your dream home.
With quality craftsmanship and attention to every detail, Emmons designers and construction experts can handle all of your remodeling needs, from kitchens to baths to basements and additions.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
Hurry in to the Friends and Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Damon John here, the People Shark. I want to share a secret that's changing people's lives. There's a company called National Debt Relief that can help you get out of debt faster than you ever thought possible, like 12 to 48 months from now. With National Debt Relief, you can cut your minimum credit card payments by 50% and pay as little as $250 a month. Imagine, instead of paying multiple high interest payments every month, you can make one low monthly program payment, plus you can get approved in just a few minutes. They've helped hundreds of thousands of people just like you. Trust me when I tell you, National Debt Relief's got your back and can help you get back on track.
To learn how you can reduce your credit card debt and become debt-free, call 800-234-7799. 800-234-7799. Again, that's 800-234-7799.
Don't wait, apply today.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
And get insightful, entertaining thoughts like...
That burns his old droopy nuts.
That's right, Jimmy. 7 to 10, Monday through Friday, here on Kayal and Company. As we continue, Tony Bruno has reached max strength during this show. He'll be using some icy hot by about noon. Poor guy. I'll tell you what, Bruno, you're still
going to do an ice plunge. I'm going to do an ice plunge today.
Yeah, get in the hyperbaric chamber like LeBron. How about that? All right, let's get to some of the leftovers. Phil Omquist today in music history on the way in a matter of moments. Also, what is on tap for the Dawn Show, and I believe the Morning Mystery Movie clip as well. But right now, let's see what Stalker still has in the barrel. What's on the cut sheet, part 2?
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. So there's an update on the Los Angeles Fire Department. This is cut 24. This video made the rounds on social media. In case you were wondering what they're up to, this is a real clip. This person identifies as the pronouns of she, her. You have to watch this video. You have to watch this video. The fact that the LA Fire Department is worrying about this crap. Roll it.
My name is Captain Jennifer Wilcox. My pronouns are she, her. I am a Caucasian female wearing a black shirt uniform with eyewear and a black hat.
There you go.
Nobody cares, man. Nobody cares what you're
How
wearing.
was she not the vice presidential pick for Joe Biden?
How did she not beat Mayor Pete out for Department of Transportation?
Yeah.
Some people will never find out that answer.
This LA City Councilwoman said that large swaths of LA have no emergency response resources available. So when Gavin Newsome says, it's fake news, all these reservoirs not having water in them, we have plenty of water here in the state of California. Roll it.
There are large swaths of the city with no emergency response resources available.
Are we going to be having the same conversation next year and the year after?
We can't. We can't. I think that people are rightly upset, not only that this happened, but there is a sense that we as local leaders needed to do more for them. I feel like I let them down.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah.
And I've been screaming about it from the day I came in. And so I think there is an obligation of us to not let this be for nothing. I think this has to be the wake-up call.
As Ricky Waters once said, no pun intended, for who, for what. Lots of screaming, very little solutions. Sometimes it actually is beneficial if you listen to people, quote, below you that say, maybe we should utilize this or add that or do more of this so we can prevent something from happening, and you get dismissed, and then you're like, well, I told you so, sir.
You know what? That was the first public official who even remotely came close to acknowledging that they screwed up and were not prepared.
Yep.
Right?
100%.
Other than the fire commissioner,
right?
Who went on, CNN, and then she threw the mayor under the bus, and then the mayor had to call her in, and there were reports that she was being fired, but they patched things up because they know that they're all responsible for being incompetent.
Right. And then when we talk about the buses and we talk about California, you know that they are.
I love electric school buses.
Right. Not gas powered, electric.
Boy, any way you can cram those things in, you do.
I've got the Bruno in me today. It all comes from Bruno, folks. Everything with the drops
it's all
and
timing.
the board.
It's all timing.
That's the
People
remnants.
want production value.
Yes. Thank you.
Production value is important when you're doing a radio show.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
You know, Sean Farish walks around his living room imitating Trump. Every now and then on a Wednesday around 3:30 when I see my wife, I'll randomly imitate Tony Bruno as I go out to the kitchen.
Exactly.
It's a true story.
By the way, big day today. Pam Bondi and Lil Marco Rubio will have their confirmation hearings today.
Yep. Florida front and center today, sir.
Damn right.
This fire union chief breaks down on CNN talking about how the staffing shortfalls of his department and how he's been warning about this. Roll call 27.
Not long before deadly wildfires broke out in Los Angeles, firefighters were sounding the alarm about major staffing shortfalls inside the city's fire department. Our
There's nothing they could have done,
correspondent
though, right?
Kyung La digging into the story for us. Kyung, a new CNN analysis backs up those concerns about staffing. Tell us more.
You know, we've heard sort of the back and forth about fire budgets involving the current mayor, but this is an issue that precedes this mayor. This is years in the making. The fire department has warned of dire consequences, saying that they need more money, they need more firefighters, and they warned of this as recently as last month. At that commission meeting, you said it's dire. Someone will die.
It's eerie listening to your words because that's what occurred. So it's, let me just take a minute, sorry.
Fire Captain Freddie Escobar,
You're not supposed to make me cry.
wow, 35-year veteran of the Los Angeles Fire Department, wishes he'd been wrong. And this had not happened.
It's amazing.
It really is. I mean, the writing was on the wall. The warnings were given. I mean, we're only 15 days into the new year. And between the terror attacks in New Orleans, the attack in Vegas at the hotel, and then the wildfires in California, how many of these tragedies, whether you want to say were completely, you're not going to prevent wildfires, but I mean, the damage could have been minimized substantially if you just were prepared. Same thing in New Orleans. Remember the chief of police? Oh, I didn't know we had those hydraulic barriers in the garage. My God, we're 15 days in, and the ineptitude is astounding.
It is. It is.
Yep.
And the thing is, living in Florida, and I moved here a month before Hurricane Ian hit and destroyed a lot of this area, Fort Myers, and they're still recovering. Sanibel, Captiva Island. Ron DeSantis, before he knew, because you can see a hurricane approaching, and even if it doesn't hit, you have to be ready in advance. He had he had power trucks everywhere lined up, ready just in case. And then if it doesn't hit, then you're okay. But they had a chance to have fire trucks positioned all over the place so they can nip this in the bud. And then blaming Trump for talking about the fish, he's conflating all these different things that have nothing to do with it. The Santa Ynez Reservoir was empty, and everybody knew it.
For a year. Not like a couple weeks, a couple days, for a year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, Tony Bruno, thank you so much as always. Epic hour and 10 minutes from you.
man.
And we will chat again next week. Go Eagles.
I got to go get a shower now. I normally shower immediately following a strenuous regimen of barbells.
Can we keep the video rolling during your
shower?
Just kidding.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, sir.
That's on my OnlyFans. You have to subscribe for that. At
That's
Tony
premium
Bruno Show
content
on Twitter.
Yeah.
Sorry, you guys are living now.
That's on that's on Bruno Plus. All right, coming up next, today in music history, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, and also our fired Eagles fan consulting job dude who used the C word, lost his job. Wait till you hear what industry he consults for. You can't make it up. Back after this.
First, you got to hear this. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I just love the work the Chapman family team has done in my home, the patio doors, everything. It's impeccable work for sure. And you know by now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. Until the end of January, you can receive 50% off any standard door installation when you buy a new door. So a new front entry door, oh my gosh, it's like a makeover for your entire home. Really changes the look of your home. Maybe you have an upcoming wedding or graduation, an event taking place this year. I'd take advantage of this fantastic promotion before it's too late. Who wouldn't want a gorgeous new door in all your photos? Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they carry a range of these top brands that you can choose from, including Provia. That's what I have. They're going to work with you to pick the perfect door for you. Visit their showroom in Westchester, they're local, or they can come to your home. Whether you or somebody you know, you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices, just give them a call. Or you can text them. They're local, they're like-minded, 610-431-8898. You can take a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-784-4538. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-784-4538. 800-784-4538. 800-784-4538.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
All right, Kayal and Company, it is time to win free stuff. Who doesn't love free? If it's free, it's for me. Kayal and Company giving out another pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Orchestra's performance of Tchaikovsky's Pathétique. Pathétique. On Thursday, January 23rd at the Kimmel Center, Marian Anderson Hall. For tickets, if you don't win and more info, visit philorch.org. But right now, caller 10-855-839-1210. You will win those tickets absolutely free right now. All right, today in music history in just a moment, as well as what's on tap for the Dawn Show. TMZ, though, reporting, and this is an update to the Eagles fan, who was fired from his consulting job, we talked about it, for dropping the C word on the female Packer supporter on Sunday at Lincoln Financial Field. He was actually fired from a DEI consulting job. You cannot make this stuff up, folks. So if we're going to use the word of the day, so we have DEI jagoff during the week, who becomes hypocrite fraud on the weekend, proving once again what a virtue-signaling, bogus grift it all is. DEI, more like DIE. This guy, stone loser fraud.
Good.
He deserved it.
F him.
I've updated my stance based on new information, which I always reserve the right to do. All right, time for what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today,
January 15th, we celebrate the birthdays of Adam Jones from Tool, who's 60, Melvin Gale from ELO, who's 73, and Biff Byford from Saxon, who's now 74. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Ronnie Van Zant from Leonard Skinner. We also lost Dolores O'Riordan from the Cranberries on this day in 2018. Sixacoot I Can't Explain by The Who in the UK in 65. What a Fool Believes by the Doobie Brothers in 79. And Proud Mary by CCR in 69. Albums include Night Shift by the Commodores in 85. Predator by Accept in 95. The Rolling Stones number 2 by the Stones in 65. Back in the USA by MC5 in 70, and A Little Ain't Enough by David Lee Roth in 91. Also in 2016, 19 of David Bowie's albums entered the UK charts after his death. In 77, the Eagles were top the US album chart with Hotel California. In 72, Black Dog by Led Zeppelin made its debut on the US singles chart. In 61, the Supremes signed with Motown Records. In 67, the Stones were forced to change the lyrics to Let's Spend the Night Together to Let's Spend Some Time Together when appearing on The Ed Sullivan Show. In 2011, Scott Ian of Anthrax married Meatloaf's daughter. In 74, Happy Days premiered on ABC. And in 94, the Counting Crows were the musical guest on SNL. But lastly, on this day in 81, Stevie Wonder led a rally in D.C. to get Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday declared a national holiday and sang his new song, Happy Birthday. Well, because today, January 15th, is Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. For Kayal and Company. Wow. I'm Phil Opquist.
There he is. Philip, great work as always. And he'll be signing autographs potentially on Monday, as we established yesterday.
That's right.
At the NAC. Right now, though, we find out what is on tap for the Dawn Show in just about 3 minutes.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on. Demonstrations and protests planned either before or on Trump's inauguration. And so I'll detail that, especially in our area, Philadelphia, Montgomery County. We have some of that news. Obviously, the Senate confirmation hearings underway. You're not going to miss a thing with Pam Bondi and Senator Marco Rubio. You're not going to miss a thing with that. We do have Sean Parnell. He was there yesterday, our great military veteran, Pennsylvania guy. So Sean will check in this morning. And then then later, we will also have Dr. Marion E. Mass, local pediatrician and doctor. We have some important medical news and developments, especially in Bucks County. So we'll go through all of that. Wow, there's so much breaking right now. You're not going to miss a thing. Stay tuned.
All right, Dawn Show coming up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday, and we will see you tomorrow morning on Thursday at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
Damon John here, the People Shark. I want to share a secret that's changing people's lives. There's a company called National Debt Relief that can help you get out of debt faster than you ever thought possible, like 12 to 48 months from now. With National Debt Relief, you can cut your minimum credit card payments by 50% and pay as little as $250 a month. Imagine, instead of paying multiple high interest payments every month, you can make one low monthly program payment, plus you can get approved in just a few minutes. They've helped hundreds of thousands of people just like you. Trust me when I tell you, National Debt Relief's got your back and can help you get back on track.
To learn how you can reduce your credit card debt and become debt-free, call 800-234-77